You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Big slate of games here on Wednesday, May 3rd. We'll keep you abreast of everything that's going on in Major League Baseball and the scores as the show rolls on. Tonight at 6:40, Braves Marlins. Keep it right here on Braves Country HD. Atlanta Braves will send Kyle Wright to the mound, 0-1 with a 4.86 ERA. Braxton Garrett, the lefty, will go for the Marlins. He's 1-0 with a 2.45. The Mets and Tigers are in the middle of a doubleheader today in Detroit. Lucchesi and Wentz in the first game. Max Scherzer returns from his suspension in game number 2. That game is set for 6:40 Eastern, head-to-head versus Lorenzen. Phillies and Dodgers at 4:10 Eastern. Aaron Nola, 2-2 with a 4.48 ERA, going up against the rookie debut of Garrett Stone. Stone is the #1 rated pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. D-backs and Rangers, 2:05, another rookie debut. The Arizona Diamondbacks will send out Brandon Pfaadt to the mound. One of the top prospects in baseball, had 160 strikeouts last year in 120 innings in AAA. He'll go head-to-head versus Andrew Heaney, who is 2-2 with a 4.38. Giants and Astros, great pitching matchup here. Logan Webb versus Framber Valdez. Reds and Pirates at 4:10. Luis Cessa versus Seth Lugo. Padres have their head above 500, aiming to keep it rolling against the Reds, who are 13-17. Pirates and Rays are back at it tonight. Keller versus McClanahan. Rays 24-6 on the year. The Pirates are 20-10. Stroman And the Cubs at 7:05 invade Washington. Irvin on the hill for the Nats. Guardians and Yankees, Shane Bieber Day for Cleveland. He'll go up against Clark Schmidt in his 0-3 record with a 6.84 ERA. Twins and White Sox back at it again after an exciting walk-off by Chicago last night. Dylan Cease versus Varlin in Chicago. They're expecting clear skies. Bluejays and Redsox 7:10. Alex Manoah versus Nick Pivetta. The Orioles and Royals 7:40 on ESPN+. Kyle Gibson 4-0 with a 3.93 ERA. Zach Greinke 0-4 with a 6.1, but pitches much better in Kansas City over the last year and a half. And the Angels, Cardinals 7:45. Shohei Ohtani Day for Los Angeles. He'll go head-to-head versus Mikolas, who's 1-1 with a 5.97. Brewers and Rockies at 8:40. Eric Lauer and Kyle Freeland on the mound. The Mariners will send Logan Gilbert to the bump today to go head-to-head versus J.P. Sears. That game is at 9:40 in Oakland. In the NBA tonight, Joel Embiid is back, and the 76ers up 1-0 over the Celtics. 8 o'clock Eastern, the only game in the association tonight that can be seen on TNT. Stanley Cup playoffs keep rolling along. A couple of games tonight. The Devils and Hurricanes at 7 on the 4-letter network. The second part of that doubleheader is the Oilers at the Golden Knights. Both series game number 1 in the second round of the Eastern and Western Conference. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live. Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
We're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Baseball continues to get younger while the NBA continues to get older. What is that?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his head. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope y'all are having a great day, a great Wednesday, hump day. We've got game number 2 coming your way, 6:40 right here on Braves Country HD on YouTube. And we're excited for Braves versus Marlins, game number 2. We got game number 1 in the books. We'll get more into that in a second. But have you noticed that the NBA stars continue to hold on, continue to dominate their sport? There's nothing wrong with that realistically, but LeBron goes out and wins again last night. And then meanwhile, back at the ranch here at Major League Baseball, we've got rookie after rookie after rookie debuting today. Today, Brandon Pfaadt of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Been trying to catch some of the game, and he's a rookie. You don't expect him to go out there and just, absolutely mow everybody down. But of course, he gives up a home run just as I'm speaking. But right now, he leads 3-2 against the Texas Rangers, and his last name is spelled Pfaadt, but it's pronounced Fat. And he's making his major league debut. He's one of the most highly touted prospects in all of Major League Baseball. And then along with that, at I think 4:00 is when that game starts. Let me double check the actual day, the time of the other game. 4:10 Eastern. The Dodgers, Garrett Stone, the much awaited debut of his pitching debut. He is the number 1 pitching prospect in MLB pipeline. Brandon Pfaadt's number 2. And they go back and forth. So it really just comes down to what week you check in on. But basically, these are the 2 best arms in Major League Baseball. Been trying to catch some of Brandon's debut. I've actually got him in a couple of leagues, but I didn't start him because I didn't know what to expect. You're in Texas. The roof's open. That ball's going to fly. I'll wait to see how he fares and then go from there. But I'm interested to see how this Garrett Stone does. They are huge on him. He's going against the Phillies. And that Phillies offense we know can bang, so we'll see how that plays out. But should be a lot of fun here as the day progresses. And you can see up there on the scoreboard if you're watching us on YouTube. If not, if you're listening on 99.1 FM WQEE, don't worry, we'll keep you abreast on everything that we can see. The Mets lead the Tigers 5-4. And that game is in the bottom of the 7th. The Tigers led the game for most of the ball game. It was 4-2 for the longest time. And then I looked up and I saw, I think it was 2 home runs, put the Mets on top 5-4. Now, this is the first part of a doubleheader. And this is the game that I thought the Tigers had the best chance of winning, because tonight, Verlander comes back from his suspension, from what he says was a bogus suspension. Those of us with a brain know that he got busted cheating. And he's coming back tonight, and you got to figure he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He's in Detroit, his old stomping grounds. Tomorrow, Justin Verlander is going to make his Mets debut in Detroit, his old stomping grounds. So they're basically treating this trip to Detroit almost like a college football team would treat homecoming weekend. And so they're expected to go in there and just thump. And the Tigers, if they're going to win a game in this series, their best chance was today in the early game, but they currently trail right now. Now, they're only down by 1. There's still 3 innings left, but they currently trail right now 5-4. There's 1 away in the 7th. We'll keep an eye on that. As far as NBA, real quick, before we jump into tonight's game with the Braves and Marlins, Joel Embiid is set to return tonight for game number 2 in Boston. Remember, they have a 1-0 lead. This is game 2. Sixers have a 1-0 lead. They go out there and beat Boston in Boston. This series might be over. And the NBA does not want that. You know that. The NBA does not want the series to be over, because they want these series to go as long as they can. So just from the betting angle of it, the Celtics, I don't think any of these games are fixed, but I do think that they're going to get the benefit of the doubt. So if you're thinking about betting one way or the other, just realize Celtics are probably going to come out and get the benefit of the doubt on the calls. NBA has a long history of that. Even you put the betting scandal aside that happened about a decade ago. Outside of that, they have always had this incredible history of basically going out there and giving not just the home team, but the team that's behind in the series the benefit of the doubt. And whether you like it or not, it's facts. I think the Celtics are like a 7-point favorite. I'm just saying, if you're the betting public, I know it's going to be really tempting to go grab Embiid because, grab the Sixers and the points because of what happened in the first game with them winning without Embiid. And I get that. And I get that temptation. It makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't touch it. I think the Celtics will probably actually cover the spread, but I just would not touch it. But it's going to be interesting because let's say the Celtics do win this game and they go back to Philadelphia. There's a couple of things in play here. Let's just go for the argument that the Celtics win game 2 and it's 1-1 going back to Philly. And Boston's been perceived as the better team, but they're going to have to find a way to win a game in Philly. And they really need to win game 3 or 4. You don't want to put it off after being down 3-1. So they're going to have to win one there this weekend. That's not going to be an easy task, especially because game 3, they're going to give Joel Embiid the MVP trophy that it was just announced yesterday that he won. So they'll give that to him at center court, probably pregame. That crowd's going to be fired up. That's going to be a tough game for Boston to win. So you don't want to fall down 2-0. So there you have that. All right, let's take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk Braves and Marlins. Game number 2. What we saw in game 1, Braxton Garrett versus Kyle Wright tonight. But my word, was Bryce Elder dealing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Braves Country today on Braves Country HD, YouTube.com. Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com / Braves Country.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back here to Braves Country. Kill that as we get into game number 2. Real quick on the update. Arizona leads Texas 5-2. And I believe, let me double check real quick on the scoreboard. The Mets still lead the Tigers 5-4. They're heading to the 8th inning on that one. So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on there. All right, time to get you set for game number 2, Braves versus Marlins. And looking forward to this one tonight. Kyle Wright. Really want to see Kyle Wright go out there and dominate a Marlins lineup that he should dominate. Man, Bryce Elder, was he phenomenal yesterday or what? I mean, that was an absolute incredible performance by Elder. When you look at what he did, and even though we all realize that the Marlins don't have the best offense on the planet, but it is a better Marlins offense than it has been. And they still have some sticks you have to be aware of. Bryce Elder went out there, for folks who might have missed it, 7 innings, 3 hits allowed, 6 Ks. Drops his ERA to 1.75. 1.75. Kirby Yates came in, Jimenez came in. So we used, let's be honest, two of our weaker links in our bullpen to close out a game with our number 5 pitcher. And we got a shutout. Now, on that note, if you didn't see, or if you're not following our Facebook page, Braves Country HD, anything you want to find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, it's all Braves Country HD. If you didn't see the post yesterday, we're getting into today's post because that's a pretty exciting news. But check this out. The Braves' current rotation of Fried, Strider, Elder, Wright, and Morton, right? So not the guys that we broke camp with, but the current 5-man rotation that is currently in place right now, barring injury. Listen to these statistics. In 26 starts this season, 26 starts, they are 12-4 with a 2.53 ERA. 156 strikeouts to 51 walks. That's impressive. Now, we know a lot of the strikeouts come from Strider, but let's be honest, a lot of the walks come from Strider as well. But that is an impressive run so far as we hit the first week of May. To have a 2.53 ERA. But in 26 starts, to be averaging around 7 strikeouts a game and 2 walks. That's essentially what you're averaging out there. And giving up just over about 2.5 runs a game. That is just an impressive beginning for the Braves rotation. And we know beginning of the season, Schuster was out there. Dodd was out there. They had a couple of decent starts, but they had a couple of clunkers. And so the numbers would be a little different. But all in all, it's an impressive start. And if we can get anything close to this, is not going to last forever. You know that. I know that. You're not going to go 162 games, have a 2.53 ERA from 5 guys. It's just not going to happen. First of all, there's going to be times where guys are going to hit the IL. They're going to have to step away, et cetera, et cetera. But if you can get this kind of consistent performance, I'll take this over anybody in Major League Baseball. The weak link that we thought we were going to have was the number 5 starter. Bryce Elder has been one of the stronger pitchers for us. And you got to love it. I mean, the guy just came out and dealt. If you missed this little nugget of news that came out today, Ronald Acuna Jr. has been voted the National League Player of the Month. No big surprise. But when you look at his statistics for the Player of the Month, he batted .352 in the month of April, a .986 OPS with 14 RBI. And of course, we also know the stolen bases are there. I mean, he is the catalyst of this offense. And he's been able to get out there and start the motor. Another stolen base last night. And I, for one, loved the fact that when he stole the base, stole second, he rolled over onto Birdie. And I went back and watched it this morning to see exactly what Birdie kind of put an aggressive tag over him, so he just kind of rolled over. And I do believe that he was trying to aim for that shoulder of Ronnie's. And Ronnie didn't do anything malicious, but he did do a somersault right on his face. Ah! He's going to have to do something. He's going to have to stand up for himself because so far we have not seen the pitching staff. And really that goes back to Brian Snitker. We have not seen Brian Snitker stand up for Acuna yet. And we talked about it yesterday. I won't get into the weeds on that again, but that's well overdue. And all I'm saying is the next time we see the Mets, as Pedro Martinez once famously said about his run-in with the Yankees in a post-game interview, he said, sometimes you got to give a man a rib sandwich. And that's exactly what is on the menu for the New York Mets later on this year. You got to give someone a rib sandwich. I don't want to maim someone. I don't want someone getting one in the ear hole and becoming dangerous because then they're coming at you as well. And nobody wants to see anyone seriously injured. But sometimes you got to give a man a rib sandwich. Get him off the plate. But the Braves went out, won game one in impressive fashion, 6-0. It was a nip and tuck game the entire season. Or excuse me, the entire game. Braves finally broke it open in the 8th inning. There's a couple of opportunities that we missed out on, but all in all, I thought it was a really good game. And we know Kirby Yates is not elite at this point in his career. And Joe Jimenez is not elite. But they did a very good job of working out of a couple of messes that they got themselves into. There's still a couple of guys that right now I don't want to see come into the game with traffic. They need to come in a clean inning. It's going to give them the best opportunity to get out of that inning. I'm not willing to say that I've given up on them and don't think that he can't turn around because we've seen these guys before. I mean, look, 2021, bullpen was scuffling. Bad. We hit about the midway mark and the entire bullpen picked it up. And I do think the better and better that they play, everybody in the bullpen, it gets a little more almost contagious, I guess is the best word for it. It gets contagious. The guy that's got the best stuff that hasn't impressed yet is absolutely Joe Jimenez. Joe Jimenez has fastball in the mid-90s. And there's a couple of, in fact, the last pitch of the night for Jimenez, the one that he dotted on the outer part of the corner, that was an impressive pitch. He just hasn't been that consistent. And I know that he's had a couple of decent seasons, but he's got a career ERA over 5, so it is concerning going forward. But the Braves go out there, they get the W, and now we turn the page to tonight. We do have a quick look at the lineups. We'll give you the full lineups right before first pitch right here, 6:40 Eastern. Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the lineup again tonight. Leading off and playing right field, no change there. And I really don't suspect that we're going to get much of a change at the top of our order, barring injury, for the foreseeable future. I think you're going to be able to see what you see tonight. Acuna, Olsen, Riley, Murphy. That's not going to change. It could change to a degree when Darnode comes back, but I think that's pretty much your top 4. Ozzie is batting 5th tonight. Now remember, there's a left-hander, so Ozzie's getting bumped up to the 5th spot and Grissom to the 6th spot. And Marcell Ozuna, he's on fire, man. Hold everything. Stop the presses. He's batting 111. 7 for 63. That's Hall of Fame numbers right there. But he's up to number 7 in the order, designated hitter tonight. I know a lot of us don't like seeing it. We'd rather see other guys get an opportunity. But against a left-hander, this is where they're going. I don't think you're going to see it when Arcia and d'Arnaud come back. I still believe Ozuna's packing. Unless he really catches fire, I feel like he's packing. But Ozuna's the 7 hitter tonight, and then you got Pilar, and then it's interesting. Harris is down at number 9. I don't know if he'll take that as an insult, but he's only batting 206. He has no home runs, an RBI, and 2 stolen bases. And granted, he missed a lot of time, so the numbers are a little skewed. But anyway you cut it, 206 is 206, and he's a lefty facing a lefty. It's probably a good idea to have him down there. He's going to see. I really wish that they would just leave him down there until he starts to pick it up, because he's going to see better pitches in front of Acuna. That's just a fact. He's going to see better pitches. Nobody wants to put a runner on with Acuna coming to the plate. And Matt Olson lingering on deck, whether it's a righty or lefty, it does not matter. You're not going to. So even tonight, you're not going to pitch around Harris one bit. First of all, he's hitting 206. Why would you? But second of all, you don't want to face Acuna. So he's going to see fastballs. And if you put him on, you're going to be pitching around Acuna tonight. And that may sound like a grand idea, but it really isn't, because Olson can hit lefties. He's hit well in Miami. And Austin Riley is not going to be in his funk forever. He's batting 241 going into tonight. That's about his bottom floor. You don't see him struggle much worse than this. But he's batting 241. 5 home runs, and this is a perfect opportunity for Riley to come out of it. Murphy, what can you say about him? He is just playing unbelievably phenomenal. But I'll tell you what, my pick to click, I know this is kind of an easy pick here, but I like Acuna, top of the order, facing a left-hander in Garrett. It's the second time they've seen this guy in about a week. And the Braves, over the last year or so, have really started to rake on left-handed pitching. And when you've got bats like Acuna, Riley, Murphy, Ozzie from the right side of the plate when there's a lefty in there, Grissom is a solid hitter as well, you should go out there and rake. Pilar has had some decent at-bats. I've just got to see a better sample size before I would even fathom putting Ozuna on any list as far as saying, hey, you got to watch out for him. He got a couple of base hits last night, but neither one of them were rockets. And not to take anything away from him, but they signed him to a deal worth $64 million over a 4-year span to hit dingers. Chicks love the long ball, Marcel. They're not too keen on the dribbler through the infield. And he doesn't have the speed to put a dribbler through the infield and cause havoc once he gets on. So that's, to me tonight, the key to tonight's game is going to be to get after Garrett. I think they'll be aggressive coming out. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it can backfire. Sometimes you get into really quick out situations, but I think they'll be pretty aggressive on them. And the Marlins bullpen, we got to them last night. It's going to be a factor for Miami. They did have the day off on Monday, but they used their bullpen quite a bit over the weekend. And if Kyle Wright can go out and give us 5 to 6 solid innings, we should be okay. And as far as the Friday start, I would have thought that Mike Soroka would have been the guy in line for the Friday start. I just don't know if they're going to put him out there. If folks didn't see this, on Sunday, he got absolutely bombed. He gave up 8 earned runs, 10 hits, no strikeouts against a AAA team, against Buffalo. Now, that Buffalo squad did light up our entire pitching staff, so that's the only good you can take away from that. Depending on how it plays out, they might be happy with just doing a bullpen game. But to do that, Kyle Wright needs to go 6, maybe even 7 tonight, like Elder just went. And then we've got Max Fried on the bump tomorrow. My thought process was, but I haven't seen it played out this way. If Kyle Wright goes deep into the game tonight, let's say Kyle Wright goes out there and pitches. I mean, honestly, what they should have done, what I would have preferred them to do, is bump Wright and Fried back a day and go with a bullpen game tonight. And the reason why I say that is Baltimore's got a very, very dangerous lineup. Not to insult the Marlins, but they don't have the sticks that Baltimore does. I'm sure they didn't expect Elder to go out there and go 7, but had they done that, had they bumped Wright and Fried back a day, you'd be in line right here, right now, for a decent shot of a bullpen game. Now, I understand why they didn't do it originally, because they were coming off a doubleheader on Monday where the bullpen was used. But if you can get a decent start out of Wright tonight, why not push Fried back to the Friday game and go bullpen tomorrow? That's what I would be in favor of, just because it's a much more difficult task for the bullpen to go after those Baltimore hitters. But if they don't do that and they stick with Wright tonight and Fried tomorrow, I'm leaning that it's going to be a bullpen game. I think it's going to be a game that you're going to get probably, I would say they'll probably start with Jesse Chavez for a couple of innings and then just kind of see how it goes from there. Tonkin will probably go a couple. It's probably better, it's probably safer if we do that and we go that route, as opposed to going out there and putting Soroka out there on a Friday night after he has struggled. And you worry about, it's not just the injury aspect of it. You worry about Soroka putting too much pressure on himself because it's the first start in quite some time and going out there and just losing his confidence. Now, I could possibly see them bring Soroka up, but he's looked upon as an opener, not as a true starter, right? You bring him up, he gets 1, maybe 2 innings, only one time through the lineup, and then you set him down. And you build his confidence from there. But he was probably going to be in line to grab the ball on Friday night until he gave up. I mean, my God, 8 earned runs to a AAA squad, 10 hits, no strikeouts. That means no swing and miss stuff. That's concerning. Tonight, pick to click, Ronald Acuna Jr. I think the Braves get the win. I think you're going to get a fairly high-scoring game. Nothing crazy, but I see the Braves winning this game. I'll go 6-3, somewhere in that neighborhood, as we get set for first pitch, 6:40. Braves Marlins. Braves trying to win another series. And if we get the win tonight, then we go for the sweep tomorrow. All right, let's take a real quick break. When we come back, the Sarge is on the way, and we are going to be talking some American League Baseball along with other things. But when we come back, we're going to touch up on a couple things that are trending in the world of sports. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves Country, weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, 99.1 FM The Key, your first choice for Southern sports talk.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, savings coming at ya, savings coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see you at practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You're listening to Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry.
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'm your huckleberry.
Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave. Fight's not with you, Holiday. I beg to differ, sir. We started a game we never got to finish. Play for blood, remember?
Yeah, the armchair quarterback. He's kind of fun and he's kind of fat. The all-American man with a cool one in his head.
Welcome back here to Braves Country today, here on Braves Country HD and 99.1 FM The Key. And we are taking you all the way to 5 o'clock hour. The Sarge is on the way. We're going to be talking some American League, kind of switch some gears here. We try to do this a couple of times a week. So, you know, it's not just Braves and NL East being crammed down your throat 24/7. Believe it or not, there are other teams. People keep telling me there are more teams than just the Atlanta Braves. Speaking of that, Detroit Tigers have taken the lead over the Mets. It is 6-5, and they are in the top of the 9th. I'm going to go ahead and switch the scoreboard to that game so folks can dial into that game here on the screen here. Let me get that set up for you there as I bring some stuff along here. Yeah, 6-5. How about that? Wouldn't that be a nice pleasant surprise if the Tigers could take one from the Mets? I just started to assume that they're going to sweep the series after coughing it up. Now, what we have here is Mets are about to flip their lineup over. They've got a runner on. I don't know who it is. I haven't been watching it. They've got a runner on. There's a one out, and Vogelbach is coming to the plate. So they're not out of the woods yet, but that would be a pleasant surprise if the Tigers could pull off a W. If they do that, we would run our lead to both the Marlins and the Mets to 4 games, which would be really nice. So we'll keep you abreast of that. By the way, that kid, Brandon Pfaadt, he spit the bit in the 5th inning. They had to pull him out. He pitched pretty well through 4, and they sent him back out there one more inning, and he went through the lineup a 3rd time, and they just absolutely started tattooing him, which I think you're kind of doing a kid a disservice. His first time up, man, let him get through the lineup twice and then just get him the hell out of there. Get him handshakes and say, hey, that was a great start. Bye-bye. And that is the number one reason why I did not start him in my leagues today, because first of all, anytime they tell you that the roof is open in Texas and it's not like 30 degrees outside, that ball's going to fly. And just a heads up, if it's cold outside, they don't open the roof. So that new Texas stadium, it's kind of a pitcher's park, but when the roof is closed, when it's open, that ball travels. It's a pretty park that I would like to go see that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Detroit's got a nice park. They just don't have anybody in it ever because they've been so bad for so long. But I would be a little nervous going to Detroit, going to a game, because I can't imagine there's a lot of stuff to do around the stadium. So that, I don't think that one's on our bucket list. By the way, the Mets are down to their final out, but it is the top of the order. Nimmo, and then I would assume it's Marte after him. The right-hander Lang is pitching, and he has got 2 strikes on Nimmo, so 1 strike away. Couple of things going on in the world of sports. The Sarge will be here in just a few minutes. If you missed it earlier, Joel Embiid will play tonight. So I thought there was a pretty decent argument, and I kind of got where he was coming from. Stephen A. on ESPN today was saying that he wouldn't play him, that they already got the win on the road. Just roll the guys out there, give them another day of rest, and see how it goes, because they don't get an extra day off. I don't believe. I believe game 3 is Friday night. Even if they do get an extra day of rest, you're still talking about Saturday. No, actually, I know it's Friday because I was looking at it, and it's Friday and Sunday. They're playing Friday night and then Sunday afternoon. What if he goes out there and torques himself up again? And I believe, yep, that's it. We got a winner. Tigers take out the Mets on a check swing strike by Nimmo. Man, is he a pain in the ass. Like, he's one of my favorite players, non-Brave players. Of all the players that play on teams that I hate, Nimmo is one of my favorite players. But he's also one of my least favorite players when we're playing against him. He is such a pain to get out. And he does it the right way. I love his approach at the plate. When he gets 2 strikes, he chokes up. Him and McNeil, they choke up. They're trying to see as many pitches as they can, because they figured that they can get into one and with their speed get on base and cause problems. And that's why, of all the Mets, he would be the one I would want. I know Alonso is really good as well, but we've got a first baseman. And I don't think it would ever be realistic for us to have a very high paid, not what Alonso is going to get, a designated hitter. But Nimmo in our outfield, whoo, that would be nasty. But I absolutely despise him when we're playing him. When we're not playing him, he's just, his approach is very old school, I'm going to go up there and get a good at bat. And any player that does that, I'm a fan of in Major League Baseball. If their goal is not to go up there and clear one into the upper deck every time. Their goal is to go up there and give a good at bat and try to help their team win. That is one of the reasons why he is one of my favorite players to watch. If I'd say, okay, if we take the Marlins, and I can't give you a Jorge Soler because that is such a homer pick. Heck, I've got a Jorge Soler World Series jersey, right? So if I was going to pick another player on the Marlins, that would probably be my favorite Marlins player to watch. It's got to be Arias. I mean, his at-bats are just incredible. And if that guy gets anywhere close to 400, this could be a fun summer. As far as the Phillies, I should be a bigger fan of Trey Turner than I am. He's never, I guess because he was a National and then a Dodger and now a Philly. It's just always been hard to get behind him. But I will say this, the smoothest slides in all of Major League Baseball. Does he not have the smoothest slides? There's 3 or 4 of them that you'll see on a loop. And it's like he glides. It's almost like he doesn't even touch the ground when he slides into home. So he would probably be, he should be one that I like more, but I'd say my favorite Philly to watch is probably Kyle Schwarber because the dude can rake. He's a professional hitter. He gives good at bats. He goes up there as a power hitter. He's trying to club one out of the yard until he gets 2 strikes, and then you'll see him change his approach. Nationals, it's probably Joey Meneses right now, but he's not having too great of a year, so I might have to circle back to that, but I don't know about y'all, but there are certain players that I'll see, and they're not your usual suspects that I really enjoy watching. I'm never going to give you a Shohei Ohtani or a Mike Trout. Those are obvious names. Yes, those are obvious guys that when you see their talent, of course they're incredible. Of course they're just ridiculously talented. But that's not what catches my eyes. What catches my eyes typically is the guy that goes out there and I guess the popular term now is grinder, but goes out there and grinds at bats and finds a way to help his team win. Rangers, by the way, lead the Diamondbacks 7-6. That's in the bottom of the 6th. And the Giants jumped out to a 3-0 lead over the Astros. That was Logan Webb versus Valdez today. And I do have an interest in that, as I took the under in that game. The total under in that game was 7.5 runs. And they're sitting at 3 heading to the 8th inning. So hopefully the bullpens don't spit the bit, and I'll cash in on that one today. By the way, the Braves are minus 140 on the money line today. Their run total is 4.5 for the Braves. I think it's 8 for the entire game. And whoa, this just came out, I guess, or I guess I just read it. I guess it's been out for a few hours. Jackson Mahomes, the younger brother of Kansas City Chiefs star quarterback Patrick Mahomes, Mr. TikTok star. He's a guy that a lot of folks just don't like because he's a little annoying. He was arrested today on charges of aggravated sexual battery. He was booked in Kansas, Johnson County. I don't know if that's Kansas City or not. At 8:42 a.m., 3 counts of aggravated sexual battery and a 4th count of battery. And trying to see if there's any other. Doesn't look like that there's any details. That's interesting. Luckily for Patrick, this took place in May. He can kind of avoid the press and get things to die down. But whether he's guilty or not, Jackson Mahomes has got to know he's got a target on his back. And anything that someone can cling to, they're going to do it. He may not realize that because he's not Patrick Mahomes, but he's a TikTok star, and folks are going to believe that if things squeeze money out. Now that may not be the situation. He may be guilty. I'm just putting out there the fact that you got to be understanding of your surroundings when you get to that level of fame. And one of the things that we will continue to monitor, Kirk Cousins is a free agent at the end of the year. He was quoted as saying, I want to be in Minnesota. And I would think they're leaning in that direction because they went with, their first round pick, they could have went quarterback, but instead they went out and got another receiver. But how much longer do you sign Kirk Cousins for? Because Cousins, to me, he's an aging quarterback. He's played pretty well the last few years. You could probably build something around him, but I can't. What is he going to be willing to sign, and what are you going to be willing to give? Because I'm thinking Kirk Cousins at this point, I mean, in a perfect world, I think you're talking about a 2-year deal, but I don't think he's going to sign a 2-year deal. He's probably going to want like a 4-year deal. So they're probably going to have to end up somewhere around a 3-year. He is 34. He'll be 35 at the kickoff of this coming season. So how much longer do you sign him for? If you're the Vikings and you've got a young core there, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, but you've got a core there that is a young core. If you don't bring him back, then where do you go? And if you were going to do that, shouldn't you have addressed that in this past offseason / draft? Now, the last one he signed, let me see what we have here. Kirk Cousins signed a 2-year, $66 million contract with Minnesota. And that was, it's a little strange how, here it is. Sorry. I was reading the clippings and not the actual hard data. Okay. So I was right. This is the last year of his contract. He still has some stuff that's going to hit the cap, but he's not under contract in 2024. I think they would like to. I guess his last contract was a 2-year deal. I thought it was a 3-year deal. It was a 2-year deal. They would love to sign him to a 2-year deal. If he's willing to do that again, then by all means. Because today's 36, 37-year-old quarterback, that's not necessarily a death sentence anymore. You can't go by Brady. Brady was out there till he was 45. The guy's not human. And he doesn't, he eats like avocado ice cream and what? I mean, he's just not normal. He probably sleeps upside down like a bat. But Aaron Rodgers is 39 and still playing pretty. I know he had a down year last year, but I think a lot of that was injury related. Now, some could be attributed to age. You don't heal like you do. But if they would, I would think what you do is you go out and you talk him into another 2-year contract extension. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's an article out there about this, but you get him to another 2-year contract extension, and the next draft, you've got to focus on getting a quarterback to learn under him for the next year or two. If you don't do it next draft, later in the picks, then when you get to the 2025 draft, if you're Minnesota, you're going to have to go all in and get a guy who's going to be ready to roll in 26. We got a lot of folks that are going to be interested in what's going on in the NFL with with the quarterback situation. I think the biggest one that everybody wants to talk about is Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. Is that a good look? I think he's going to do fine. But my biggest question with Aaron Rodgers is, in 2023, I suspect he's going to do fine. I think they're going to be a playoff team. How far they'll go in the playoffs, I think that's a different animal. But the biggest question I have for Aaron Rodgers is this a 2-year or 3-year commitment, or are you one and done, and we're going to go through the same thing next year with the Jets? And they gave up a lot of their future if he's only playing 1 year. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, the Sarge is coming in. We're going to talk some American League East and get you set for Braves versus Marlins Game 2 tonight. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Big slate of games here on Wednesday, May 3rd. We'll keep you abreast of everything that's going on in Major League Baseball and the scores as the show rolls on. Tonight at 6:40, Braves Marlins. Keep it right here on Braves Country HD. Atlanta Braves will send Kyle Wright to the mound, 0-1 with a 4.86 ERA. Braxton Garrett, the lefty, will go for the Marlins. He's 1-0 with a 2.45. The Mets and Tigers are in the middle of a doubleheader today in Detroit. Lucchesi and Wentz in the first game. Max Scherzer returns from his suspension in game number 2. That game is set for 6:40 Eastern, head-to-head versus Lorenzen. Phillies and Dodgers at 4:10 Eastern. Aaron Nola, 2-2 with a 4.48 ERA, going up against the rookie debut of Garrett Stone. Stone is the #1 rated pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. D-backs and Rangers, 2:05, another rookie debut. The Arizona Diamondbacks will send out Brandon Pfaadt to the mound. One of the top prospects in baseball, had 160 strikeouts last year in 120 innings in AAA. He'll go head-to-head versus Andrew Heaney, who is 2-2 with a 4.38. Giants and Astros, great pitching matchup here. Logan Webb versus Framber Valdez. Reds and Pirates at 4:10. Luis Cessa versus Seth Lugo. Padres have their head above 500, aiming to keep it rolling against the Reds, who are 13-17. Pirates and Rays are back at it tonight. Keller versus McClanahan. Rays 24-6 on the year. The Pirates are 20-10. Stroman and the Cubs at 7:05 invade Washington. Irvin on the hill for the Nats. Guardians and Yankees, Shane Bieber Day for Cleveland. He'll go up against Clark Schmidt and his 0-3 record with a 6.84 ERA. Twins and White Sox back at it again after an exciting walk-off by Chicago last night. Dylan Cease versus Varlin in Chicago. They're expecting clear skies. Bluejays and Redsox 7:10. Alex Manoah versus Nick Pivetta. The Orioles and Royals 7:40 on ESPN+. Kyle Gibson 4-0 with a 3.93 ERA. Zach Greinke 0-4 with a 6.1, but pitches much better in Kansas City over the last year and a half. And the Angels, Cardinals, 7:45. Shohei Ohtani Day for Los Angeles. He'll go head-to-head versus Mikolas, who's 1-1 with a 5.97. Brewers and Rockies at 8:40. Eric Lauer and Kyle Freeland on the mound. The Mariners will send Logan Gilbert to the bump today to go head-to-head versus J.P. Sears. That game is at 9:40 in Oakland. In the NBA tonight, Joel Embiid is back, and the 76ers up 1-0 over the Celtics. 8 o'clock Eastern, the only game in the association tonight that can be seen on TNT. Stanley Cup playoffs keep rolling along. A couple of games tonight. The Devils and Hurricanes at 7 on the 4-letter network. The second part of that doubleheader is the Oilers at the Golden Knights. Both series game number 1 in the second round of the Eastern and Western Conference. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
If you're interested in going scumbag, I sell a starter kit. It includes a second phone, fake addresses, and some golf shirts. I don't golf. Nobody does. Golf was invented purely so husbands can cheat on their wives. A 6-hour game in a completely different town where you need special shirts? I don't think so.
Welcome back. Braves Country today. And today we have the Sarge. Sergeant Timus Wooten. Timus, how the hell are you, my good friend?
Doing well, Dave. How you doing today?
I am hanging in there. Better than I can say for the New York Mets, who already lost the first game of a doubleheader to the Tigers. That's a shame. That's a shame. You hate to see it. The Tigers needed to get that W, though, because the next two games, tonight and tomorrow afternoon, it's Verlander back from his suspension. I'm sorry. Scherzer back from his suspension tonight, and Verlander's debut with the Mets tomorrow. So, got to figure runs are in a premium.
Yeah, is that in Detroit or New York?
It's in Detroit. But unless the Tigers are going to bring some of the pitchers from their past, like Verlander and Scherzer, they're not going to have much of a chance of winning these games. So I was glad to see they got that.
Honestly, the weather's so bad up here and has been. So I don't know if they're even going to get those games off, honest.
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but I guess that would be nice. But I don't know who they would have to face this weekend. I would assume that the Mets, we were talking about it earlier this week, but man, I've been in a blur because I had to do a doubleheader Monday and then did another game yesterday along with the show. So my brain's kind of like that. And I have to pull it up real quick. The Mets, they just left out to go to Detroit. So I would think that that's the beginning of a road trip. I do know that they've got a really easy schedule in the month of April, but if they're on the road, you always give it a better chance of an upset. Let me see. Where do they go after this? The Mets are going to leave Detroit. Nope, they're going right back home to play the Rockies. Oh, that's a bunch of crap. They're at Detroit, then they're going to play the Rockies at home. Then they go back on a 7-game road trip. You're like, all right, let's go. The Reds and the Nationals. Then they come home, and that's where it gets a little sticky because they're going to play Tampa Bay and Cleveland. And then they go to Chicago and Colorado before. The big stretch for the Mets, realistically, well, we know every game is important. I don't want to hear all that crap and, all these cliches. The big stretch for the Mets at the end of May, just coming out of Memorial Day weekend, right? They're at home against Philly and Toronto before they go to Atlanta and Pittsburgh, and then come home against the Yankees and the Cardinals. And after that, June's going to be a little tough for the Mets. After the Yankees and Cardinals, they got to go back out on the road and play Houston, Philly, and back home against Milwaukee. So that's a tough stretch in June. But April, They better rack up the W's. They better get wins like they didn't get today. The day game against the Tigers. That's a rough stretch.
That'll be a neat trick being April's over with, but I see what you're saying.
I mean, the one area you would have thought at the beginning of the season when you saw that part of your schedule, you're like, well, at least we get 3 games in Pittsburgh to kind of get our pitching staff right. That's not turning out that way this year.
Pittsburgh surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, I still thought they were a year away. I thought they would be competitive this year, but I didn't think they would be at this stage. Thought they'd be a team that by this time of the season they'd be like 5 games, almost like what Cincinnati's doing, where you can't ever take them lightly, but they're not going to go on a run, right?
Yeah.
Instead, man, Pittsburgh's real. They got a big series right now down in Tampa, but Pittsburgh's going to hang in there all year long. I still think they're going to fall short of the playoffs, but that division, there's no reason why you can't. If it wasn't for the Pittsburgh, I was thinking about this the other day. If it wasn't for the Pittsburgh Pirates playing so well, everybody would be talking about the Chicago Cubs in second place and being like right there on the cusp. Instead, Pittsburgh's stealing all the spotlight.
I haven't seen them play a game yet, but I just keep following them on, internet, and they seem to be. Everybody's like, well, we learned this. They just did the first month report card, and the Pirates got an A+, and the teams that you were expecting to be there, not so much.
Well, the thing about Pittsburgh was my biggest concern with them was being able to put runs up. I felt like that they're pitching with that runs in Contreras. He's still learning. He's a young kid, but I'm telling you, that kid is real. If there's a pitcher you want to watch on that team, it's runs in Contreras. But who would have thought that Rich Hill would be competitive? I thought he should have retired 6 years ago.
He just keeps coming back. I mean, he did well with Boston. He's, then where'd he go after that? LA or something, or Padres or something weird? And then now he's with the Pirates. Yeah.
Yeah, he signed with the Pirates this offseason, I believe. And I mean, wasn't Rich Hill?
He's been around. I mean, he's been to the Reds. He's played for the Red Sox twice now that I know of.
Wasn't he with Boston last year? Was
yeah.
he not?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boston last year.
That's where he was.
Yeah. Before where we got. Yeah, I can't remember.
He was briefly with the Mets at the end of the season in 21. I think that was a trade, but that might have been one of those waiver wire deals.
Mm-hmm.
And he came from Tampa. Let me see where he was before that. Let me see. 1 second, pull him up. Before that, I don't even remember him being in Minnesota, but that was in the 2020. That's the lost season.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it was the Dodgers for quite some time.
Yeah.
4 years. He stunk to, like, even when he was at the Dodgers, and at that point I thought he was a decent pitcher, he could never stay healthy. He's actually been with Boston 3 times in his career.
3 times, yeah. Yeah. He's been back. He's bounced all around the AL East from what I remember.
10, 11, and 12, he was with Boston. Then he came back in 15, and then back in 22. You know what all those years have in common? Red Sox didn't win it, so I would quit signing Rich Hill.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Rich's fault. Yeah.
He was a Cub to start it off. I don't remember that. What I really don't remember, he was a Baltimore Oriole right before he became a Red Sox back in 2009. He was an Angel? Oh, I see why I don't remember him as an Angel. He didn't play. He pitched. He never got an out with an Angel, but he did give up an earned run. That's the Rich Hill I know.
Yeah.
4 walks, 1 earned run, no strikeouts, never got an out for the Angels that year. That's the Rich Hill that I know. All right, well, we'll stop the Rich Hill podcast now. Get down that freaking rabbit hole. You got the AL East. I got the scores up there right now because I figure folks won't want to keep an eye on the scores. By the way, it's tied in Texas between the Diamondbacks and the Rangers, and Giants lead the Astros 4-2. God dog it, keep it down to 1. Don't let any more runs go on that game. And then Phillies and Dodgers just got going, and Reds and Padres just began. I'm interested to see. In fact, I'm going to flip my TV over there. I'm interested to see this new pitcher for the Dodgers. He's the number 1 prospect in baseball. Hitting prospect. Garrett Stone. And the number 2 went for Arizona today. He looked good the first 4 innings. He only gave up 2 runs, and then they ran him back out there to face the Rangers lineup a third time, and they just obliterated him.
Garrett, that sounds like a hero in a 70s spy novel.
Garrett Stone?
Yeah.
The other kid's name is much more fun. It's Brandon Pfaadt. Now it's spelled Pfaadt, but it's Fat. And you can imagine all the different outlets for fantasy sports. There's a lot of puns being thrown out there.
Sure.
With the word fat. There's some ones being out there with Stone, but they're not nearly as clever.
Have you been able to watch any
NHL playoffs? What?
Sox Bluejays?
I had it on last night. I was keeping an eye on the score, but I was doing the game. So I didn't get a chance to dive into it. I had taken the over, so I was just watching the runs go by the wayside. And once they hit the over, I kind of tuned out.
It's been an fun series. Exciting series. I mean, if you're a Red Sox fan. Connor Wong stepped up, knocked 2 out. And
did y'all come back and win that game?
I'm sorry?
Did y'all come back and win that game, right?
Yeah. Houck pitched well, and then in the 5th, he gave up 6. And then, but they ran him back out for the 6th inning, and I was losing my mind. What? I know our bullpen is stressed and everything, but he just gave up 6 runs. What are you doing?
That sounds like a little snicker ball right there, man. You're like, what are we doing? Are we just punting this game? Is that what we're doing? Because if I'm wasting my time watching this damn thing, could you at least let me know?
Yeah, I was beside myself. And then he comes out in the 6th inning, just mows everybody down. And then they pulled him after that. It was a good comeback inning for him. I mean, you give up 6 runs, that's got to mess with your head. He come back out, 3 up, 3 down, boom, over. And our bullpen needs all the rest to get right now. But, I mean, at least we can tie. I mean, we at the very least are going to tie the Blue Jays this series because it's a 4-game series. And so we got a 4-game winning streak. It's been a fun week to be a Red Sox fan. We've had worse weeks so far for sure. But
it's been a fun decade to be an Atlanta Braves fan.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. What's this? Do you know anything about Manoah? I don't really know a lot about him. Is he
Alek Manoah?
Yeah.
I mean, you've really got to watch more baseball. I mean, I'm going to have a conference with your wife about this. I mean, this is ridiculous. He's in your division. You don't know Alek Manoah?
Buddy, I'm working 16-hour days here.
Yeah, you look like you're working. Look, we all know you got access to the MLB pass. Do you have access to all the teams, or did you cheap out and do just the one team pass?
Oh, I got them all.
All right, well then just put it on every once in a while. I'm gonna tell you.
Redsox are on.
I'm gonna tell you, like, was it Phoebe or was it Monica that was telling Chandler back in the day? Because just every once in a while, just put ESPN on in the background. Just put it on in the background. Just just have it on. Alek Manoah is the real deal, man. He's gone through ebbs and flows, but he is the real deal. He's a big right-handed kid. I wouldn't call him fat by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not like, he's not jacked. He's not tight. He's kind of like a guy that, you can tell prefers donuts and is probably kind of fun at parties, right?
Kind of CC Sabathia-ish.
Yeah. Probably perfect. Not quite the gut there, but he's also a lot younger than when CC first came over to New York. So he's ahead in there, and he's just starting to get really good paychecks. So it's a coming. But
Chris Sale had a good game finally.
Manoah, you were asking about Manoah. Manoah's biggest thing is he has struggled at home. Now he's got a 4.8 ERA this year. I won't get into the weeds of everything that he did this year, but he's pitched much better, not just this year, but last year as well, on the road.
Terrific.
But from my understanding, because I was listening to a podcast this morning about this specific game, from my understanding, he hasn't had his best outings in Boston. So take that for what it's worth. His 2 road games this year, he went 7 innings, shutout ball against the Yankees in New York, and 7 innings shutout ball against Kansas City. In Kansas City, that was his first. Surrounded by that, he's gone, about 14 innings at home and given up 12 runs. So a big difference. But the ball flies out in the Rogers Center. But from my understanding, he has struggled at home. On the road. Sorry. He has struggled at home. He's better on the road, but he has not had great performances in Fenway.
Okay.
So you got a puncher's chance. Who is going on the mound for y'all tonight?
It is Pavetta.
I give Boston a decent chance of winning that game. Pavetta's going to have to be good. He can't go out there and spit the bit, but I think he's going to be pretty. I mean, look, you can expect Manoah on a normal night where he's not just flat out dealing to go around 6-7 innings, give up 2 or 3 runs. If Pavetta can keep the Toronto offense down, then you get to where you want to get with Toronto, and that's their bullpen. Their bullpen stinks.
Well, that's good because our starting pitching has stunk.
But he's probably looked upon as their ace, outside of maybe Gausman.
Who's going tomorrow, by the way?
Gausman is?
Yeah, against Belo.
All right, so you definitely want to try to get the win tonight because tomorrow's going to be a problem.
Yeah. And then we're off to Philly.
Well, let's take a quick break. It's 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What about the assistants on the staff right now? The guys that were there in training camp, the guys that were there early in the morning and late at night, the guys that have gone through the first 6 weeks in that building. Don't they deserve the opportunity for an owner to hire a coach who's never been an assistant at the college level or the pro level and overseeing a lot of candidates that are qualified for that job, as we see in Steve Wilkes, an opportunity to build a resume? It's a disgrace to the coaching profession. And regardless how this thing plays out, what happened in Indianapolis is a travesty. What about the assistants on the staff right now?
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Jet, hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins...
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites!
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites!
Here you go.
Yes!
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
We were fired exactly the same day. Man stood across from me and he said to Clint, "You talk too slow and you've got this chip on your tooth, which you refuse to get fixed, and your Adam's apple sticks out. I mean, it sticks way out here. It's ridiculous. It's terrible." So I said, "I'm sorry, we have to let you go." And I said, "Excuse me, sir, well, what is it that I do bad?" He said, you can't act.
Welcome back. If you're not familiar with that clip, that is Burt Reynolds talking about Clint Eastwood. Clint, very good friends coming up in the business. That's always been one of the funnier. I'll tell you something that is not in that clip, T, which you'll get appreciation for. After they had their meeting, Burt catches up with Clint out on the sidewalk, giving him a hard time. He goes, "Man, I feel sorry for you." And Eastwood said, "Why do you feel sorry for me?" He said, "Because I can learn how to act. But you're always going to have that Adam's apple." And Clint replied back to him. I just found this out the other day. His reply to him was, "You can learn how to act." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm not sure if that's true. And why haven't you?" Giants hold on to beat the Astros 4-2. That game is in the books. Braves versus Marlins, 6:40 tonight. We'll have first pitch right here. Let's get into some American League East. I'm sorry, what?
Yankees. I mean, the Sox are not in last place anymore.
Yeah. The thing is, when they get Judge and they get Stanton back, I just wouldn't put anything past the Yankees going like a 12-game winning streak.
Oh, no, me neither. But
And they don't even have Rodon yet. So I don't think it's quite time to hit the panic button. I do think that if this continues for much longer, you can put the division championship in the rear view, because Tampa doesn't look like they're slowing down
at all.
They started out. What did they start off? 13-0 or whatever.
No, yeah, 13-0, and then they went 16-2, and then like 20-4. It's ridiculous.
So when they went to 13-0 and they got the first loss, what I expected was some regression.
Mm-hmm.
I expected, because all teams do this when you go on this long winning streak, then all of a sudden, man, you just kind of run out of gas. And I expected them to lose 5 of their next 6. And that hasn't happened.
No.
Baltimore is playing really good baseball too.
Man, Baltimore is so improved this year.
That's the one that I'm most proud of all my pre-2023 predictions was Baltimore. I took them on the over on their win total, and so far so good. I hate jinxing it though. I probably should quit talking about it. And I do think that they're going to make I don't think they're going to win the division, But I think they're going to be right there at the wild card.
Well,
the team that I still think is doing well, but is winning with smoke and mirrors and will fade down the stretch is the Toronto Blue Jays. Because unless they do something about that bullpens only get worse as the season goes on.
I mean, how bad is it though?
They're back at the. It's the reason why they got beat in the playoffs last year. What was it that deciding game they were in? They had like a 5 or 6 run lead in the 7th inning. They couldn't hold it, and they did nothing to address that. Trying to catch this kid Stone in action. I've seen a few pitches of him. Then I get quickly reminded that Freddie Freeman's a Dodger as he hits a double in the right field corner.
I still can't watch them. I can't watch the Dodgers because that right fielder out there, it just hurts too much.
If it makes you feel any better, I saw Mookie playing shortstop the other night.
Yeah, they had him at shortstop, but he came up as a second baseman. So
right, but I'm just like, man, is there anything this kid can't do?
No, not that I've seen on a baseball diamond. He's bowled like 4 or 5 perfect games.
Evidently, Michael Harris II is a really good bowler. I saw that the other day. Like to the point where he's like cocky about it. Because they were interviewing him, and it was pretty funny. So it's him and Vaughn Grissom, 2 young kids, came up in the minors together. So they're buddies. They're out bowling, and one of the Braves Valley girls was with him, interviewing him, going to bowl with him. And she says something about him being good. And Grissom said something to the effect of, he says, I'm pretty good, but Michael's the real deal. And he's really quiet. She said, well, I guess we'll see, because I don't think I'm too bad. And he rolled his eyes at her. Like, please, you about to get schooled. And she got schooled.
Yeah, Mookie can bowl. He can play any position besides pitcher, I think. I don't know. He probably could throw in the low 90s for all I know, but
I don't know why you would ever let him pitch, but yeah.
No. I still can't handle it, though. Every time I see him in a Dodger uniform, I just
The only good thing about when Freddie goes to the Dodgers, Mookie goes to the Dodgers, as an East Coast baseball fan, you just don't see him very often.
That helps.
Right? Really... And it's not just because we don't play them. I don't see the Dodgers very often in general because most of their games are played
midnight. Yeah.
Right. But I am tuned into this because they're playing Philadelphia today. So, and I do want to see this kid Stone. It looks like he's got a fastball in the high 90s, but I feel like they all do nowadays.
Yeah.
This week, should we bring that back? I feel like that was a great show. This Week in Major League Baseball. What was that guy's name? Mel Allen?
I don't
Did
know
you watch that as a kid?
This Week in Baseball?
Yeah. Like I'm speaking French. We're like the same age. You don't watch This Week in Baseball? It was like a half hour to an hour. I think it was a half hour. It was a highlight show that ran in the 80s. I think it was Saturday mornings.
I was probably watching cartoons.
You loser. If we did know each other growing up, you got some swirlies.
Don't worry, I got plenty. Not
for me because I was pretty much a stick kid at that point, but I'd have got a running start. So you got Toronto, Boston. That's the big series this week in the American League East at the beginning of the week, and then this weekend, whoo! Hot coffee coming in, Yankees. If you're gonna get right, you better do it tonight. New York at Tampa Bay.
Oh, let those guys just beat up on one another. I don't think Tampa's gonna lose that series, though. I mean, you say when Judge and Giancarlo and all them come, Giancarlo isn't going to play consistently. We've learned that. So now, and has Judge
right? But last year, him and Judge were pretty much injury free, and you saw what they were capable of. This year, it's back to the norm.
Yeah, I mean, Judge had a pretty good year last year.
Judge got that 385 in his pocket. He's back on the IL. That's why I had noticed that when people would talk about the Braves trying to sign Judge, I go, first of all, shut up. Okay. If we can't sign Freddie Freeman to $160 million, we're not getting Aaron Judge. Okay.
No.
Right here, clipping coupons. That doesn't bring in Aaron Judge. But the other thing was, I was like, man, I don't want to spend that kind of money on one player when we have the kind of budget that we have, because he's going to be injured.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time saying, I'm going to take a knee. Let's let somebody else fill that position. And
if they did not have the terrible contract of Stanton, he would DH more often.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But they're stuck because you can't put Stanton in the outfield because he gets injured.
You can't put, no. And is Judge the best outfielder? No. But he just tears the cover off the ball. Now, Giancarlo can too, but he's made of glass. So, I don't. Who would you say on that lineup right now is their number go-to batter? With Judge?
What are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about in the lineup right now.
Oh. Anthony Volpe? I don't know. They're going to go down to Tampa and get their clock cleaned. Looking at the matchups. So game one's a toss-up. It's Johnny Brito versus Cheerios. But game two, Rasmussen versus Nestor Cortez. Man, that Nestor Cortez, dude, he is so off and on. I do like watching him pitch, but he is so off and on. He got thumped the other day. And the Rays tend to hit left-handers well. And they're sending out Rasmussen, who's very underrated. And then Sunday's game, how is that not the ESPN Sunday night game? Sunday's game, Domingo Germán versus Josh Fleming. New York will be lucky to get a win.
Yeah, And how long is Stanton out?
Guess as good as mine.
How long is Judge out?
Guess is as good as mine. Everything that I see gets pushed back after that. Every update that I see on Judge, because I'll check it about every 2 or 3 days, all the major players, and everything that I see, it doesn't seem like anyone has. Let me check it one more time.
And what is his injury, though? I didn't think it was a serious thing.
Who, Judge?
Yeah.
It's a hip injury.
I'm thinking of someone else then.
What they're saying about it is that if we were in September or October or what have you, Judge could probably play through the injury, but they're trying to get him healthy.
Yeah, that's smart. It's May. Yeah.
So what they're hoping for is a minimum IL stint. And when did he first go on that IL? I don't have. Oh, here we go. April 20th. He could be back this weekend, but I bet you they wait until the series is over with in the Trop. Because first of all, do you want a guy with a hip injury running around on that surface?
No, absolutely not. And God, the Trop sucks. Oh, it's the worst. And yeah, you gotta. They're gonna put. I mean, they're gonna treat him like he's the Constitution. They're gonna white glove this guy for the rest of his career to keep him healthy. But I don't know. It just
Meanwhile, Giancarlo Stanton, the $325 million man, is 2 weeks into his injury. And they're expecting him to miss about 6 weeks into early June for what they're calling just a grade 2 hamstring.
Does this guy have no pain tolerance whatsoever?
I think the problem is he has no fat. Like, it's nothing but muscle, so nothing heals.
Well, I wouldn't really know what that's like, but
it's like, I've said it for years. You don't get oblique injuries if you don't have obliques. I've never had an oblique injury. I might bang my oblique into the wall as I walk by. That's where they get you.
Yeah, that's how.
If you get all in shape and stuff, the next thing you know,
that's
how they get you.
Heard our shortstop, who was like the number 3 shortstop in the American League, Chang, he got injured. He's out for like 6 weeks. He fractured his hand in Baltimore and last week. And so with what's the Brave that came over? Played outfield.
Duval,
right. I always want to call him Mullins for some reason, but it's Duval. Since he got injured, they had to put Kike back in center field. So now we had to bring up this kid from AAA, Emmanuel Valdez. He committed 3 errors in one game. But luckily, only shortstop, so it's not an important position. That helps.
Man, shortstop is a sore subject around Braves country. We just hope the ball doesn't get hit there that often. Until I still haven't seen an update on Orlando Arcia, but until we can get him back, it's a dicey situation. What is the deal with Duval? I haven't seen an update on him in days.
Let's see. I'm pulling it up right now. Let's see. Will not undergo surgery.
Right, I saw that, but has there been any kind of timetable?
10-day IAL is what they're saying, but that was what, 20 something
That was a month ago.
Yeah, they're not very forthcoming with information here about this. I don't understand why it says he's on the 10-day IL, but I mean, he's been hurt way longer than 10 days.
Well, Orlando Arcia, wrist injury, pretty similar to what Duval's going through. There was an update last Tuesday night that said he hopes to return sometime next week, talking about the week that we're in right now, right? No one's updated anything. No one said, nah, it's not going to happen, or hey, he's going to come back Friday. Nothing. Not a peep.
Yeah, I mean,
he would be key to get back into the lineup because not only was he hitting well, but he's so underrated defensively. I can't even begin to tell you how solid that man is at shortstop. And if Vaughn Grissom if Vaughn Grissom turns into the kind of shortstop they think he can, Orlando Arcia is going to be a trade chip, not this year, but possibly next year, because they just signed him to a 3-year extension, very affordable. Someone's going to want him and want to put him out there. And they're going to have to look at those kinds of options because Max Fried's a free agent at the end of next year. I don't think he's signing. When he's out there dealing right now, he's got like a 0.6 ERA or whatever the hell it is. It's something ridiculous. He's 1 year away from free agency. He's going to keep cruising and go get his bag, as they say.
Well, I looked up the wild card today. We're tied with Toronto, 1 game, 1.5 games out of the wild card. Let's say we're coming up on the trade deadline. With the way Bloom runs the show now, what do you think? What would you expect from Boston if they were a game and a half out of the wild card, but we don't seem to make any moves to fix that problem.
If you're sitting there in late July and you're a game out of the wild card, you're the Boston Red Sox, you've got to go after it. This is not a Baltimore Orioles situation of last year where they were sitting right there at the playoff and they didn't go after it. In fact, they sold because they're building towards the future. They've got a young core. Red Sox really don't have that going on. They have some young players. They don't have a young core. I mean, their aces, Chris Sale at 35 years old, right? So,
he's 35. If he might be 36.
And I'm not even being delusional in saying that 2 moves can win you a World Series. But first of all, you never know when you get hot in the playoffs. That's number one. The other thing is your fans support you enough to go out there day in and day out and watch you day in and day out. You got to go for it when it's there. I'm not saying that you mortgage the future. And I do understand that they're trying to rebuild their farm system.
And they have. Now, that's no longer
do some things like, for instance, I'll give you Anthopoulos as a perfect example. He didn't really go after it in 21, but he knew he had to build. He knew he had to do something because the Braves were right there. They were like 4 or 5 games out of first place at the time, right? And the Mets were scuffling. The Phillies weren't running away with anything. And he knew that he had to go out and try to get some offense in the outfield. That's what he did. He went out and he got Duvall. He got Peterson. He got Soler. They got hot. Look out. Here we go. We get in the playoffs, and they were scalding hot, and we win it. But he didn't really give anything up. He found guys that he felt like that were talent that you can add to the roster, but the opposing team that's giving you these prospects is not asking for the star. I'll tell you a team that's going to be selling, and you might be able to pluck them, is the Chicago White Sox. Because they've got talent on that team, but for whatever reason, they've never been able to put it together. Like a dozen games below 500 right now. It's ridiculous.
Are they? Jeez.
Yeah. They're awful. I haven't been able to add it yet, but I'm going to edit it. Maybe I'll play it next week when you're on. I'll wait till then. But there's this phenomenal phone call from a White Sox fan, local Chicago radio, that goes on for about 3 minutes. And it is one of the greatest phone calls you will have ever heard in your life. And I don't care anything about the White Sox. But as a baseball fan, you're like, no, man, keep going. I want to hear more. It's almost like you think he's got bullet points in front of him. He's like, this, and then that, and then this, and then tonight, and then in 2014, what the hell was that? And 2006, and he's just going on and on and on. I was like, y'all need to hire this guy in Chicago. He knows his White Sox, and he's eloquently spoken. He's not like he's some psychotic on some rant, blathering on about the 1919 Black Sox or something. He's not doing
furthermore.
And screw you, buddy. No, he wasn't doing that. But he was point by point by point. It's phenomenal. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put that down. That is what's going to happen next week. You're going to listen. You're going to be phenomenal. You're going to be like, what the hell am I listening to? This guy's great. Outstanding.
Kind of weird coming from a White Sox fan. I mean, you hear about the Cubs all the time. But
yeah, I've never heard a Chicago White Sox fan who's that informed, to be honest with you.
That's what's blowing me away. They're just like,
well, they're like, screw it, we're gonna suck. What's the point?
Yeah, I'm here for the beer, for the $9 beer. That's
If you're a Chicago sports fan, I feel like you got to be a Cubs fan, because at least there's a tribe there, right? The Bears fans, they care.
Yeah.
The Blackhawks obviously have had some good years.
Yeah,
but
they care.
Currently, Bears suck, Blackhawks suck, the Bulls suck. The only game in town right now is the Chicago Cubs. But man, this White Sox fan just lets you have it.
So there is one. That's good.
Oh, and it sounds like no longer. It sounds like they have absolutely just broken this man. I don't know where he's going to turn to, if he's going to go to another sport or if he's going to find another team. They have broken this man.
He probably won't go to the Cubs.
No, but you just wonder, like, does he just give up on the sport? Does he get burned out and just never watch it again? Or does he go, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to go pull for a team that cares, right?
I'm going for the Royals, baby.
Just whatever, It's an impressive phone call. It really is.
Did he have any good ideas for the front office, or was he just
he was basically talking about getting rid of the front office, naming them person by person. Now the station that they were on, I don't know if that's the Chicago White Sox station. I tend to think it wasn't, because I can't imagine they would want that to go on for that long on their station, right?
Yeah.
But it's a station in Chicago. I think it's their ESPN affiliate, so I don't know if that's who carries the White Sox or not. But he goes on, and it's funny because the video that I come across to find it, it's their show, camera's on them while the phone call is going on. And at one point, the two of them just kind of put their feet up, grab themselves a cup of coffee, and just get, and they're looking at each other. They're mouthing something, but they're saying basically, let him go, man. Just he's on a roll. This is phenomenal. And he's saying stuff that we haven't been on. Because, some of these stations you get on, it may sound like this great thing. Oh man, my show just got picked up. Let's say if you're a diehard, Red Sox fan, and I got picked up I'm going to be on a show on their station. It's going to be great. Red Sox fans, blah, blah, blah. But they're going to come to you daily and say, don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. And you have to kind of kowtow and say, yes,
yeah.
Or it's bye-bye. That's why the play-by-play of your local teams usually tends to be very vanilla as far as their opinions. I'm much more outspoken than any Braves broadcast you'll ever hear, because I don't have to answer into any of them. And if sucking, I'll tell you we're sucking.
That's why I miss Jerry Remy. God bless his heart. It ain't the same listening to watch Red Sox baseball without the Rem Dog, man. Because he played for him, and he's so beloved there. There was nothing.
Is Eckersley still doing games?
I'm sorry?
Eckersley still doing games?
He retired last season.
Oh, he did that. I knew there was something about that. He's not doing any.
Moved back out to Oakland and wants to hang out with his grandkids and stuff. So Euclid is in the booth now with OB. Yeah. I was hoping he would be, because I was always a fan of him. But that doesn't make you a good broadcaster just because you played well, but yeah, he's intelligent and funny, and he's got great stories because, he was there during the heyday, 07, 13, things like that. And around that era, when we were winning a bunch, and he's a good color man. He really is. Sorry, my phone fell. I'm really glad it's him. He's out in Arizona for something right now. But he's not doing all the games, but the majority of them.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But
I told you before, Eckersley to me was phenomenal.
When they had OB, Remdog, and Eckersley in there, all three of them, and they just got so tickled at one another. Like half the inning, they're just laughing. They're not even calling the game. It was.
And so like as far as like the Braves broadcast, like they've really lost me on the television. Like I'm not that big of a Frank Core fan to begin with. He's okay, but he's as vanilla as you get because he is the ultimate yes man, and he's playing the game because he's got the national broadcast on TBS and whatnot. So he's not going to ruffle any feathers. The new guy just doesn't feel like Braves baseball to me, and a lot of it's got to do with the fact that he's from Indiana. He says he was a Braves fan growing up, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a Southern baseball broadcast. And then to top it off, they don't have Tom Glavine on there very much, and Glavine's pretty good.
Yeah,
Glavine's phenomenal if he's the third man, because he's very good as far as coming in and just chirping away. But all in all, like they've kind of lost me on that. And I really thought that Ben Ingram was going to get the television gig, and he didn't get it. He's been the longtime radio guy. And I don't know what the politics are behind that, why they didn't do that. I thought when I first saw the presser, I was like, well, maybe this guy that they're hiring, maybe he's a little more, seems Brandon Galden, like maybe he's a little more,
zestful.
Well, as far as television goes, a little more photogenic, right?
Yeah.
Then I saw him. I was like, well, that's not it. Ben Ingram would crush him in like a Mr. Universe pageant. Like this guy, nah. This guy got crammed in a locker, definitely. So it's like
probably excels at doing your taxes, though.
But like when I hear him, I think to myself, not bad if I was watching the Kansas City Royals, but he gives so much of a Midwest vibe. Maybe he's the type that eventually can grow on you, but I don't dislike him. He's not my cup of tea.
I didn't even know Frenchie was calling the games down there.
Oh yeah. He's been doing that for a few years, but, he got picked up by TBS to do the national telecasts that they do, I think, every Tuesday night. And so there's a lot of travel involved. So he's not there all that often. They got rid of Paul Bird, which I don't know why. I thought he was fairly popular. I was not a big fan of his, but I thought he was fairly popular. But evidently that's not correct because they canned him. I don't know if he was wanting more money. I don't know what the politics are behind that. But the one that I thought was the biggest screw job of the entire thing was I think her name's Kelsey Wright, and she was our sideline reporter for years. And a couple of years ago, she went for a new contract, and they felt like she asked for too much, so they canned her, and they brought in Kelly Kroll. Kroll's fine. Once again, when you combine her, she came from, I think, the White Sox. When you combine her with the new guy, it's got a very Midwest Kansas City Royals feel to it. It doesn't feel like Braves country. Kelsey Wright, to give you an idea, she left Atlanta before she got picked up by the Rockies recently. Before that, she was doing the pregame shows for Alabama football. So she's Southern. You know what I mean? And once again, nothing against Kroll. I think she does a fine job. She still does it. It would never shock me to open up the app and see one morning that she's leaving to go get a gig at CBS, and just be gone. She doesn't seem like someone who's all in. I think Galden's using this as a stepping stone. I think he's trying to find his way to, Fox or whatever. So that's why.
The one thing about Nesson, now they've made some decisions I didn't agree with, but they seem to always put somebody in the booth who, for the color man, is played there, who gets, Red Sox nation.
That's typically what most teams do with the color man, especially for television. Radio, not maybe not so much, but as far as the color, yeah.
Yeah, they have done that well. Like we had Remy for 30-something years until he passed, and Eck was phenomenal, and Now, I'm hoping Uke works out. I enjoy listening to him. So we'll see. Time will tell.
What is your walk-off, sir? We're coming up against time.
I heard a rumor that the Sox may be looking at Aroldis Chapman to pick up at the deadline. If we bring that wife beater into Boston to pitch,
he'll fit right in.
I'm going to lose my religion quick, fast, and in a hurry. Leave him.
I'm with you. That's a sticky wicket. He wasn't very good last year. I don't see that happening. My walk-off is tonight, 6:40, Braves Country HD, Braves Marlins right here. An additional walk-off, other than, catch the game tonight. This kid Stone for the Dodgers is getting pounded. It's 5-0 in the top of the third. Maybe, just maybe, you don't send a rookie out there to face the Philadelphia Phillies lineup the day after Bryce Harper comes off the IL. I'm not a genius, but I'm just going to put that out there. Maybe you should have waited till, the Rockies came to town. All right, we got to jam out of here. Always great seeing you, bud. And we'll see you next week. And I'll make sure to get that. If I just remind me, I'm going to get that clip together.
Roger that.
All right.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5. We'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves Country? Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, time to get you set for game number 2, Braves versus Marlins. And looking forward to this one tonight. Kyle Wright. Really want to see Kyle Wright go out there and dominate a Marlins lineup that he should dominate. Man, Bryce Elder, was he phenomenal yesterday or what? I mean, that was an absolute incredible performance by Elder. When you look at what he did, and even though we all realize that the Marlins don't have the best offense on the planet, but it is a better Marlins offense than it has been. And they still have some sticks you have to be aware of. Bryce Elder went out there, for folks who might have missed it, 7 innings, 3 hits allowed, 6 Ks. Drops his ERA to 1.75. 1.75. Kirby Yates came in. Jimenez came in. So we used, let's be honest, 2 of our weaker links in our bullpen to close out a game with our number 5 pitcher. And we got a shutout. Now, on that note, if you didn't see, or if you're not following our Facebook page, Braves Country HD, anything you want to find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, it's all Braves Country HD. If you didn't see the post yesterday, we're getting into today's post because that's a pretty exciting news. But check this out. The Braves' current rotation of Fried, Strider, Elder, Wright, and Morton, right? So not the guys that we broke camp with, but the current 5-man rotation that is currently in place right now, barring injury. Listen to these statistics. In 26 starts this season, 26 starts, they are 12-4 with a 2.53 ERA, 156 strikeouts to 51 walks. That's impressive. Now, we know a lot of the strikeouts come from Strider, but let's be honest, a lot of the walks come from Strider as well. But that is an impressive run so far as we hit the first week of May. To have a 2.53 ERA. But in 26 starts, to be averaging around 7 strikeouts a game, and 2 walks. That's essentially what you're averaging out there. And giving up just over about 2.5 runs a game. That is just an impressive beginning for the Braves rotation. And we know beginning of the season, Schuster was out there. Dodd was out there. They had a couple of decent starts, but they had a couple of clunkers. And so the numbers would be a little different. But all in all, it's an impressive start. And if we can get anything close to this, is not going to last forever. You know that. I know that. You're not going to go 162 games, have a 2.53 ERA from 5 guys. It's just not going to happen. First of all, there's going to be times where guys are going to hit the IL. They're going to have to step away, et cetera, et cetera. But if you can get this kind of consistent performance, I'll take this over anybody in Major League Baseball. The weak link that we thought we were going to have was the number 5 starter. Bryce Elder has been one of the stronger pitchers for us. And you got to love it. I mean, the guy just came out and dealt. If you missed this little nugget of news that came out today, Ronald Acuna Jr. has been voted the National League Player of the Month. No big surprise. But when you look at his statistics for the Player of the Month, he batted .352 in the month of April, a .986 OPS with 14 RBI. And, of course, we also know the stolen bases are there. I mean, he is the catalyst of this offense. And he's been able to get out there and start the motor. Another stolen base last night. And I, for one, loved the fact that when he stole the base, stole second, he rolled over onto Birdie. And I went back and watched it this morning to see exactly what Birdie kind of put an aggressive tag over him, so he just kind of rolled over. And I do believe that he was trying to aim for that shoulder of Ronnie's. And Ronnie didn't do anything malicious, but he did do a somersault right on his face. Ah! He's going to have to do something. He's going to have to stand up for himself, because so far we have not seen the pitching staff. And really that goes back to Brian Snitker. We have not seen Brian Snitker stand up for Acuna yet. And we talked about it yesterday. I won't get into the weeds on that again, but that's well overdue. And all I'm saying is the next time we see the Mets, as Pedro Martinez once famously said about his run-in with the Yankees in a post-game interview, he said, sometimes you got to give a man a rib sandwich. And that's exactly what is on the menu for the New York Mets later on this year. Got to give someone a rib sandwich. I don't want to maim someone. I don't want someone getting one in the ear hole and becoming dangerous, because then they're coming at you as well. And nobody wants to see anyone seriously injured. But sometimes you got to give a man a rib sandwich. Get him off the plate. But the Braves went out, won game 1 in impressive fashion, 6-0. It was a nip and tuck game the entire season. Or, excuse me, the entire game. Braves finally broke it open in the 8th inning. There's a couple of opportunities that we missed out on, but all in all, I thought it was a really good game. And we know Kirby Yates is not elite at this point in his career. And Joe Jimenez is not elite. But they did a very good job of working out of a couple of messes that they got themselves into. There's still a couple of guys that right now I don't want to see come into the game with traffic. They need to come in a clean inning. It's going to give them the best opportunity to get out of that inning. I'm not willing to say that I've given up on them and don't think that he can't turn around, because we've seen these guys before. I mean, look, 2021, bullpen was scuffling. Bad. We hit about the midway mark, and the entire bullpen picked it up. And I do think the better and better that they play, everybody in the bullpen, it gets a little more almost contagious, I guess is the best word for it. It gets contagious. The guy that's got the best stuff that hasn't impressed yet is absolutely Joe Jimenez. Joe Jimenez has fastball in the mid-90s. And there's a couple of, in fact, the last pitch of the night for Jimenez, the one that he dotted on the outer part of the corner, that was an impressive pitch. He just hasn't been that consistent. And I know that he's had a couple of decent seasons, but he's got a career ERA over 5, so it is concerning going forward. But the Braves go out there, they get the W, and now we turn the page to tonight. We do have a quick look at the lineups. We'll give you the full lineups right before first pitch right here, 6:40 Eastern. Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the lineup again tonight, leading off and playing right field. No change there. And I really don't suspect that we're going to get much of a change at the top of our order, barring injury, for the foreseeable future. I think you're going to be able to see what you see tonight. Acuna, Olsen, Riley, Murphy. That's not going to change. It could change to a degree when Darnode comes back, but I think that's pretty much your top 4. Ozzie is batting 5th tonight. Now remember, there's a left-hander, so Ozzie's getting bumped up to the 5th spot and Grissom to the 6th spot. And Marcell Ozuna, he's on fire, man. Stop, hold everything. Stop the presses. He's batting 111. 7 for 63. That's Hall of Fame numbers right there. But he's up to number 7 in the order, designated hitter tonight. I know a lot of us don't like seeing it. We'd rather see other guys get an opportunity. But against a left-hander, this is where they're going. I don't think you're going to see it when Arcia and Darnode come back. I still believe Ozuna's packing. Unless he really catches fire, I feel like he's packing. But Ozuna's the 7th hitter tonight, and then you got Pilar, and then it's interesting, Harris is down at number 9. I don't know if he'll take that as an insult, but he's only batting 206. He has no home runs, an RBI, and 2 stolen bases. And granted, he missed a lot of time, so the numbers are a little skewed. But anyway you cut it, 206 is 206, and he's a lefty facing a lefty. It's probably a good idea to have him down there. He's going to see. I really wish that they would just leave him down there until he starts to pick it up, because he's going to see better pitches in front of Acuna. That's just a fact. He's going to see better pitches. Nobody wants to put a runner on with Acuna coming to the plate. And Matt Olson lingering on deck, whether it's a righty or lefty, it does not matter. You're not going to. So even tonight, you're not going to pitch around Harris one bit. First of all, he's hitting 206. Why would you? But second of all, you don't want to face Acuna. So he's going to see fastballs. And if you put him on, you're going to be pitching around Acuna tonight. And that may sound like a grand idea, but it really isn't, because Olsen can hit lefties. He's hit well in Miami. And Austin Riley is not going to be in his funk forever. He's batting .241 going into tonight. That's about his bottom floor. You don't see him struggle much worse than this. But he's batting .241, 5 home runs. And this is a perfect opportunity for Riley to come out of it. Murphy, what can you say about him? He is just playing unbelievably phenomenal. But I'll tell you what, my pick to click, I know this is kind of an easy pick here, but I like Acuna top of the order, facing a left-hander in Garrett. It's the second time they've seen this guy in about a week. And the Braves, over the last year or so, have really started to rake on left-handed pitching. And when you've got bats like Acuna, Riley, Murphy, Ozzie from the right side of the plate when there's a lefty in there, Grissom is a solid hitter as well. You should go out there and rake. Pilar has had some decent at-bats. I've just got to see a better sample size before I would even fathom putting Ozuna on any list as far as saying, hey, you got to watch out for him. He got a couple of base hits last night, but neither one of them were rockets. And not to take anything away from him, but they signed him to a deal worth $64 million over a 4-year span to hit dingers. Chicks love the long ball, Marcel. They're not too keen on the dribbler through the infield. And he doesn't have the speed to put a dribbler through the infield and cause havoc once he gets on. So that's, to me tonight, the key to tonight's game is going to be to get after Garrett. I think they'll be aggressive coming out. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it can backfire. Sometimes you get into really quick out situations, but I think they'll be pretty aggressive on them. And the Marlins bullpen, we got to them last night. It's going to be a factor for Miami. They did have the day off on Monday, but they used their bullpen quite a bit over the weekend. And if Kyle Wright can go out and give us 5 to 6 solid innings, we should be okay. And as far as the Friday start, I would have thought that Mike Soroka would have been the guy in line for the Friday start. I just don't know if they're going to put him out there. If folks didn't see this, on Sunday, he got absolutely bombed. He gave up 8 earned runs, 10 hits, no strikeouts against a AAA team, against Buffalo. Now, that Buffalo squad did light up our entire pitching staff, so that's the only good you can take away from that. Depending on how it plays out, they might be happy with just doing a bullpen game. But to do that, Kyle Wright needs to go 6, maybe even 7 tonight, like Elder just went. And then we've got Max Fried on the bump tomorrow. My thought process was, but I haven't seen it played out this way. If Kyle Wright goes deep into the game tonight, let's say Kyle Wright goes out there and pitches. I mean, honestly, what they should have done, what I would have preferred them to do, is bump Wright and Fried back a day and go with a bullpen game tonight. And the reason why I say that is Baltimore's got a very, very dangerous lineup. Not to insult the Marlins, but they don't have the sticks that Baltimore does. I'm sure they didn't expect Elder to go out there and go 7, but had they done that, had they bumped Wright and Fried back a day, you'd be in line right here, right now for a decent shot of a bullpen game. Now, I understand why they didn't do it originally, because they were coming off a doubleheader on Monday where the bullpen was used. But if you can get a decent start out of Wright tonight, why not push Fried back to the Friday game and go bullpen tomorrow? That's what I would be in favor of, just because it's a much more difficult task for the bullpen to go after those Baltimore hitters. But if they don't do that and they stick with Wright tonight and Fried tomorrow, I'm leaning that it's going to be a bullpen game. I think it's going to be a game that you're going to get probably, I would say they'll probably start with Jesse Chavez for a couple of innings and then just kind of see how it goes from there. Tonkin will probably go a couple. It's probably better, it's probably safer if we do that and we go that route as opposed to going out there and putting Soroka out there on a Friday night after he has struggled. And you worry about, it's not just the injury aspect of it. You worry about Soroka putting too much pressure on himself because it's the first start in quite some time and going out there and just losing his confidence. Now, I could possibly see them bring Soroka up, but he's looked upon as an opener, not as a true starter, right? You bring him up, he gets 1, maybe 2 innings, only one time through the lineup, and then you set him down. And you build his confidence from there. But he was probably going to be in line to grab the ball on Friday night until he gave up. I mean, my God, 8 earned runs to a AAA squad, 10 hits, no strikeouts. That means no swing and miss stuff. That's concerning. Tonight, pick to click, Ronald Acuna Jr. I think the Braves get the win. I think you're going to get a fairly high-scoring game. Nothing crazy, but I see the Braves winning this game. I'll go 6-3, somewhere in that neighborhood, as we get set for first pitch, 6:40. Braves Marlins. Braves trying to win another series. And if we get the win tonight, then we go for the sweep tomorrow. All right, let's take a real quick break. When we come back, Game 2, Braves Marlins. We'll have the lineups, everything right after this. Let's go, Braves country. Let's get this series win tonight. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., playing right field, batting .362 on the year, 5 home runs, 16 RBI, and 14 stolen bases. Batting second and playing first base, Matt Olson. He has 8 home runs on the year, a .248 average, and 25 RBI. Austin Riley is batting third and playing third. .241 average, 5 home runs, 16 RBI. Sean Murphy is your cleanup hitter today. He's behind the plate with 8 home runs, 23 RBI. Ozzie Albies, 8 home runs, 24 RBI, batting .252 and playing second base. Vaughn Grissom, batting sixth and playing short, .283, 6 RBI. Marcell Ozuna back in the lineup again as the designated hitter, 111, 2 home runs, 2 RBI. Kevin Pillar is your left fielder. He's batting eighth with a .226 average, 2 home runs, 7 RBI, and a stolen base. And Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field and batting ninth. He has 1 RBI and 2 stolen bases, a .206 average. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves tonight, Kyle Wright, 0-1 with a .486 ERA, a 1.56 whip, 16 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 2 home runs allowed. On the mound for the hometown Miami Marlins, Braxton Garrett, he's 1-0 with a .245 ERA, a 1.27 whip, 22 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, and 3 walks with 1 home run allowed. Miami Marlins Lineup looks like this tonight. Jazz Chisholm in center field, batting .236, 5 home runs, 13 RBI, 11 stolen bases. Jorge Soler is the designated hitter, batting .212 with 5 home runs, 10 RBI. Yuli Gurriel, he's batting .302 with 2 home runs, 5 RBI, and he'll be camped at first base. Luis Arias playing second, batting .435 on the year, 1 home run, 11 RBI, and a stolen base. Jesus Sanchez, .213 on the season, 1 home run, 4 RBI, 3 stolen bases in left field. Jean Segura, .196 average with 3 RBI and 2 stolen bases. And Garrett Hampson will be in right field tonight, .267 average, 1 home run, 5 RBI, 2 stolen bases. And Nick Fortes, the hind catcher, 1 home run, 3 RBI, a stolen base with a .200 average. John Birdie is the number 9 hitter, and he'll be playing shortstop tonight with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 4 stolen bases, a .250 average. And that's your starting lineups for Braves Marlins game number 2. First pitch is on the way as we are getting set here. Braves took game 1 by the score of 6-0, looking for the series win tonight. Game number 3 will be tomorrow at 4:10. So it's about that time. Find yourself an armchair, grab you a cold one. It's Braves Marlins game number 2. We're just about underway. All right, Braves, Marlins, game number 2. Got Kyle Wright going tonight. Looks like a bullpen game tomorrow. Then Max Fried will be on the bump Friday night against the Orioles. And we so the pregame show was pre-recorded because we had such a quick turnaround. And it's funny that everything that I kind of suggested is what's playing out, is that they're going to go with the bullpen game tomorrow so that you get Max Fried against the Orioles. I mean, you could have taken the low-hanging fruit and put Max Fried on the mound versus the Orioles, but to be honest with you, I like it this way much better. Hopefully Kyle gives us a good night. Even if he doesn't, the bullpen's fairly rested. You should be able to go tonight and tomorrow, and then on Friday, you would hope that Max will go out there and give you 6-7 strong. And I see a walrus. I can't argue with that comment, as we are just about set. A little bit of a delay. Braxton Garrett getting out there, throwing his last warm-up tosses. The Marlins are going to be in their home whites with Miami across the chest in black, outlined by the neon with the black hats and the neon M with the fish logo. While your Atlanta Braves are in their road unis. Ronald Acuna Jr. is climbing into the box. And once again, we're wearing the road blues with the red Atlanta across the chest outlined in white, along with the tomahawk underneath Atlanta, red numerals, and the white letters with the names on the back. Kenya's taking his final warm-up swings. I swear when you see this and you see them warming up, you see them getting ready to play in Miami, you almost wonder, are we early? Is it batting practice? I mean, there's no one in the stands, but I'm sure of the 600-700 people that are in the stands, 85% of them are Braves country. So let's get about ready for that first pitch. And I agree. I love the Braves uniforms. I'll get into that in a second, but I saw someone make a comment about best uniforms in sports, and it was a surprising comment by someone. We're about set for the first pitch, and it's Braves. It's baseball time in Braves country. Excuse me. Ronald Acuna takes the first pitch down low for a ball, curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Garrett is swung on and banged foul for strike number 1, 1-1 here in the top of the first. Braves won game 1, in case you missed that, 6-0 on the back of Bryce Elder, who went out and got him 7 scoreless innings. First pitch on, or the 1-1 pitch on the way to Acuna is a swing and a miss strike just underneath the hands. Good pitch by Garrett. If you remember, these two went at it last week, and rain shortened both of their outings right in Braxton. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high, but not deep enough. It'll be playable just before the warning track. Hampson will make the catch, and there's one away. That was the game that the Braves bullpen blew. Marlins came back and won 5-4. So that brings Matt Olson to the plate, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Olson's off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Olson, the 1-0 pitch, swing, and the ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Garrett, high and out of the zone. The ball skips off the glove of the hind catcher, Fortis, and it's 2-1. Just kind of popped out of his glove back behind home plate. The 2-1 pitch to Olson, swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line, but plenty foul, evening up the count at 2-2. Braves Country Baseball here on a Wednesday evening. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday evening. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Garrett. Right there, strike 3, top of the zone. Olson taking all the way, and there's 2 down. I think that pitch froze Olson, not just the type of pitch, but also the location. I think it looked like Olson was looking for something on the outside, maybe off speed. Instead, he got the hard stuff up high. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate, and Austin Riley takes a first hack at the first pitch, and it is swung on and hit high, but playable into deep center field. Jazz Chisholm's underneath it, and that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3 for Atlanta. We head to the bottom of the first.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I'm drinking wine on a Wednesday before noon, bro. Have fun at your job, LOL. Link in bio.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. At first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there. Don't bail out. It's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins, bottom of the first inning. First pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter, Jazz Chisholm, is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Jazz batting .236 with 5 home runs. The 1-0 inside, ball 2, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch, wind up, kick and deal. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line, but foul, just foul. It's 2-1. Miami Marlins come into tonight 16-14, 10-7 at home. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Nice, nifty little knuckle curve, and it's 2-2. Braves are 20-10, 13-3 on the road. The 2-2. Down below the knees, and it's a full count to start the first. Soler stands on deck. The 3-2 to Jazz. Fastball, got him! He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Jazz was definitely sitting on something soft, and the hard cheese came right about kneecap high. There's one away. Arguably may have been a touch low, but home plate umpire Charlie Ramos tends to have a lower strike zone. First pitch on the way to Soler is another low strike right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 down below the knees, 1-1. Philadelphia Phillies, who were up 5-0 on the LA Dodgers, now trail 6-5. That game is in the 9th inning. Philadelphia is batting. Keep you updated on how that's going. Mets lost the first part of the doubleheader as the 1-1 pitch is fouled off. It's 1-2. The Detroit Tigers tonight, Verlander on the mound tomorrow. Tonight, Scherzer, tomorrow, Verlander. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged off the dirt, but went foul towards the third base dugout. It's 1-2. So Atlanta Braves come into tonight 4 games in front of the Marlins, 4 games in front of the Mets. The 1-2 pitch, swing and bang fouled back behind home plate. It's 1-2 once again. The 1-2 pitch from right. He lets it fly, swung on, and grounded foul. Just foul. Riley was in position, but it kicked wide of the bag. We'll do it again at 1-2. Padres lead the Reds 7-1. Phillies are down to their last out. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Hard cheese, high cheese. Right underneath where a man shaves, and there's 2 gone. Just about chin high. Tried to catch up. That ball was rising. You know, they try to tell you that it is physically impossible. Is the first pitch on the way to Gurriel is a fastball high inside, its 0-1. They try to tell you that it's physically impossible for a ball to rise on the way to home plate just from physics. The 0-1's outside and misses 1-1. Guarantee you Jorge Soler would beg to differ with you because that pitch was on the rise for sure. The 1-1 pitch right there, top shelf, top corner, knuckle curve. It's 1-2. Right seems to be in a good rhythm here in the first. The 1-2 pitch swung on and banged foul. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. If the score holds in LA, Braves would move to 6 games in front of Philadelphia. The 1-2 pitch looks like he got him. Did he get him? They're going to check down the first base line, and they're going to say he held up. Man, did that look like he went around. Take another, maybe not. Maybe not. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Out of play down the first base side. Do it again at 2-2. Kyle Wright about to deliver the 20th pitch of the inning. Mets and Tigers just getting underway. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees, ball 3. Wright tried to go with that hard stuff in the bottom part of the zone. That one was a little too low. The 3-2 pitch swung on and rifled right up the middle. It's going to be a 2-out single to keep the Marlins alive here in the bottom of the first. Good piece of hitting by Gurriel. Just sent it right back up the middle. Braves were playing in a bit of a shift. But that's a single 9 times out of 10. So that'll bring the .435 batting Luis Arias to the plate. Arias takes a hack at the first pitch and pops it up. Michael Harris is underneath it, and that'll end the inning. So Marlins put one on, but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
He only has 3 rings.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country HD is coming your way live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on the Key. We're talking Major League Baseball, all the college spring sports, and the majors all spring and summer long. So keep up with your Atlanta Braves weekdays live 3 to 5 on Braves Country HD. And make sure to catch our play-by-play Braves Country Baseball all summer long.
It's the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins, 0-0, top of the second inning. Sean Murphy leads off, and the first pitch is down below the knees off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Philadelphia did tie the game up, and it's heading to, I believe, the 9th inning out there in LA, the bottom of the 9th in LA. The 1-0 down below the knees, ball 2-0. Sean Murphy, 276, 8 home runs, 23 RBI. The 2-0 pitch right there for a strike, about belt high, 90-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Braxton Garrett. He takes a second to get the. Here's the windup in the pitch. Ball 3, 3-1. Another one downstairs that's missed. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled straight back. It's full count to the Murph. They are heading to the bottom of the 9th. Philadelphia tied it up with a broken bat single. And you got Craig Kimbrell coming in to face the Dodgers. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and banged foul. Off-speed pitch on the inner part of the plate. Murphy couldn't keep fair. We'll do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch on the way. He winds up and down below the knees, ball 4. They check down the line to see if he went around. Going to say he did not. And it's a leadoff walk to start the second. With an upcoming bullpen game, Braves would love to get a big lead here. Let Kyle Wright cruise for a while and not have to stress over tonight's action. First pitch on the way to Albies is swung on, and that ball's hit into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Murphy had to hold up a little bit, so he'll be held to one bag. Runners on first and second, and nobody out. Kind of had to fist that one. The ball was coming in on Ozzie, and he fought it to the other way. Murphy had to hold up because you never could tell if the right fielder for the Marlins, Hampson, had a beat on it. He came fairly close to making the catch. First pitch on the way to the number 6 hitter, Vaughn Grissom. He's down below the knees, taken well by Vaughn. It's 1-0. Vaughn batting .283 on the year, no home runs, but 6 RBI. Lefty-righty matchup. The southpaw looks back Murphy at second. He winds up and high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing, top of the second inning. The 2-0. Swing and straight back. Smacks the sign behind home plate. Grissom just missed that. You can always tell that timing is just a hair off because they drill it straight back behind him. A touch higher, and he drills that into the center field seats. So a 2-1 to Grissom. Garrett looking back the runner at second. He winds up and deals, and the ball swung on, and that ball is rifled into right field. It's a hard hopper, so Murphy's going to have to slam on the brakes at third as that got to Hampson in a hurry out in right field. But the bases are juiced with nobody out. Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. Welcome in, everybody, from Braves Country. We see Venezuela tonight. Haven't been looking at all the comments. I did see Cleveland, Tennessee earlier. Florida. First pitch on the way to Ozuna. Swung on. That ball is belted. It's going high. It's going deep. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama ding dong. A grand salami with light tower power. Marcell Ozuna gets back on everybody's good graces with a grand slam. It is 4-0 your Atlanta Braves. What an incredible turn of events for Ozuna. See if that can maybe ignite him going forward. That was a curveball that just did not curve. It hung just below the belt and on the inner cut right in Marcel's wheelhouse. They said 404. I don't know about that. I'm going to have to double check the other analytics. First pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar is swung on a rifled into left field. And it's essentially a leadoff single as the bases are cleared with nobody out. Pitching coach Stoudemire is going to come out and talk to Garrett. Probably the first thing he's going to say is, what the hell, man? Marcell Ozuna? That's what they're calling it, 404 feet. It looked like a much further than that. Exit velocity, though, 111 miles an hour. Ouch. It always kills me when it says the expected batting average on that one was 850, like there would ever be a time when someone would be sitting on the foul pole making that catch. He absolutely hammered that ball. That is longer than 404. There is no way that's 404. That's what they're calling it. But it went into the upper deck. I'm not saying it's 504, but it's at least in the 440 range. So 1 on, nobody out. Harris comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Harris is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. If you're just joining us, everybody's favorite Brave, Marcell Ozuna, just hit a grand slam to put Atlanta up 4-0. The 1-0 to Harris, right there at the knees. Probably a good take by Mike. It's 1-1. He swings at that. He probably rolls into a double play. I'll get into that in 1 second, Eric, about Max Fried. The 1-1 pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the delivery. Swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep. It's going back. He'll take the grand tour into orbit. It's 6-0 your Atlanta Braves. Michael Harris's first home run of the year, 391 feet. So they claim. I think there's something wrong. I think they're measuring in something other than feet down there in Miami. That one looked like it was absolutely belted into the night. Garrett has known it too. The 2 home runs, he's hung his head quickly. I'll take that back with Harris. His did look like 391, but Marcel's was much farther than 400. That'll bring Acuna to the plate, and he takes a hack at the first pitch, and it's 0-1. Max Fried was pushed back to Friday night because they're going to go with a bullpen game tomorrow is what it's being assumed. They were either going to have to do it tomorrow or they were going to do it Friday. As the 0-1 pitch on the way, just off the plate wide, it's 1-1. Oh, they're going to call that a strike. That's a wide strike. It's 0-2. You know what that was? That was you scored 6 runs already strike. The 0-2 pitch, inside for a ball, it's 1-2. So you were going to have to go with a bullpen game in all likelihood either tomorrow or Friday. Originally, it was Fridays, the 1-2 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-2. And honestly, they're not going to tell you this, but behind closed doors, they would probably let you know. They'd rather have Fried face the Orioles batting lineup as the 2-2 just misses off the plate. It's 3-2. As opposed to having the bullpen go in against Baltimore on Friday as a 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. Acuna draws a walk. There's 1 on, nobody out. Here comes Matt Olson. And so if you do that, if you had the bullpen game on Friday, what you're also setting yourself up with as well, Strider pitching on Saturday, and sometimes he doesn't get very deep into games, you could be dipping back into that bullpen again early Saturday night. First pitch on the way to Olson is fouled off, and it's 0-1. Not to mention, if you're going to do a bullpen game, the Marlins offense is the ideal setup. 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Garrett flips it in there for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Garrett fires it over to first. Keep Acuna close by. Do it again at 0-2. Garrett asks for a new ball. So the reason why we don't have anyone set up for the rotation was because of the doubleheader on Monday. Both Morton and Strider, with normal rest, would be due to pitch on Saturday. So they had no one set up for Monday. So Garrett asking for that new pitch. And pitch on the way to Olson is swung on and hit high to center field, and it's going to be caught by Chisholm. Jazz makes the catch in left center field. And there's one away. Dodgers beat the Phillies 10-6. I guess someone hit a grand slam off of Kimbrel. That's a shame. So the Braves lead will go to 6 games over Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Riley is called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt. And it's 0-2. Acuna is leading off of first like he's thinking about taking second. Wasn't too long ago that was one of the unwritten rules that you didn't steal with 6-run lead, but I think the game has changed quite a bit with the scoring that goes on. The 0-2, Braxton fires it over to first trying to catch Acuna napping. Acuna double checking with the home plate umpire to make sure that that's his second attempt. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. Do it again. An 0-2 count to Riley, 1 on, 1 out. Here's the windup and the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley strikes out, and his struggles continue. 2 away. So that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Sean Murphy walked his first time up. He got this inning started off. The first pitch on the way to Murph is a swing and a miss strike. Changeup just below the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Garrett looks back the runner. And high and outside, curve misses. It's 1-1. The 1-1. He kicks and deals. Swinging, that ball's rifled into left field. For a 2-out single, you got runners on first and second. Two away, and Ozzie Albies digs into the plate. Ozzie from the right side, open stance, lefty-righty matchup. Here's the windup, the kick, the pitch. It's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Ozzie. Braxton looks back, Acuna at second. Here's the pitch swung on. That ball is belted high and deep into left field, over the head, up against the wall. Here comes Acuna. He'll score. It's 7-0 your Atlanta Braves. Murphy on third. Ozzie a double. He stands on second, and the good times keep rolling. What a great piece of hitting there by Ozzie. I can just tell you right now, Garrett is not finding the zone. I'm a little surprised that they're finally getting someone up in that Miami bullpen, but I'm a little surprised that they haven't already yanked him. Update in Detroit, the Tigers lead at 3-0. Bottom of the second over the Mets. First pitch on the way to Grissom is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch swung on it. That ball is hit hard. Deep into center field, making the catches, Jazz. And that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves score a touchdown and the extra point. It's 7-0. We head to the bottom of 2.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by whatever we have in stock are us. Your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it and I went up to the guy working there and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kyle Wright now with a 7-0 lead. He heads to the bottom of the second after a long layoff. Hopefully he can get right back to where he left off. Jesus Sanchez, the number 5 hitter, playing left field tonight from the left side of the plate. He'll dig in, and the first pitch on the way is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. High and out of the zone. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hammered into right center field, getting down. Harris cuts it off. He'll get it back in quickly and keep Sanchez to a single. Incredible. Great. I mean, that was a great defensive play that you won't see in the highlight reel. No one will talk about how good of a play it was. But Harris kept Sanchez from what I thought was going to be an easy double. Had to backhand it. His momentum was taking him to the warning track. Slam on the brakes, turn around, throw an absolute dime to second, and keep Sanchez to just a long single. That'll bring Segura to the plate. Segura batting 196 from the right side, and he'll take the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Segura. On the way, swung on that ball's hammered down the left field line. Is that gone? It looks gone. No, it's going to come off the wall, and the runner had to hold up. So he'll be at third, Sanchez, and standing on second is Segura. So that long layoff, I think, is affecting Kyle Wright. 2 batters and 2 hard hit balls already. I thought that ball was out of the park. Marlins have had that little indention in deep left field that kept it in. That ball's about 5 feet to the right. It's a home run. Time for Wright to buckle down. He'll face Hampson, the number 7 hitter, batting 267 on the year. The first pitch to Hampson is right there for a strike. Knuckle curve. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. As Wright steps off the rubber for a second, Murphy's going to go out there and talk to him real quick. While he does that, we're going to hit the scoreboard real quick. Tigers lead the Mets 3-0 in the top of the third. Verlander on the mound tonight. Pirates 1-0 over the Rays in the third. Cubs 1-0 over the Nationals in the first. Cleveland leads the Yankees 1-0. It's scoreless in Chicago with the Twins and Sox. Red Sox and Blue Jays are scoreless, just getting underway. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard. Wright's set to get back to work in the 0-1 pitch. Check swing. Foul tip, and it's 0-2. Braves 7, Marlins nothing. If you're just joining us, Marcell Ozuna hit a grand slam to get things going in the last inning. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty knuckle curve got him fishing just below the knees, and there's one away. Can't really blame Hampson on that one. It stayed in the zone just until it reached home plate and then took a quick exit. Wouldn't that be something if the Tigers could hold on there and sweep the Mets in a double header? The first pitch on the way to Fortes, spins him around, almost gets him in the arm. Not what you want. The last thing you want to do is load the bases. It's 1-0. On deck, John Birdie. The 1-0 to Fortes. Swung on and that ball is banged on the ground to Grissom. Grissom has it. He'll flip it over to first. And it's a 6-3 putout. A run does score. Braves lead at 7-1. Kind of a nonchalant throw, and he got kind of a stare from Olsen. I don't think Olsen liked the fact that he didn't put enough mustard on there. Not that Olsen would have had any chance of getting the runner coming home. But there was definitely a look over there. So runner on second, 2 away. Birdie takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. One 1-0 from Wright. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is hammered on the ground, hopping over the ball, and Grissom airmails it over the head of Olsen. A run will score. Another error for Vaughn Grissom. It's 7-2 Atlanta. The runner at second had to hop over the ball. And when he did, Grissom still had plenty of time. I don't know what in the world. I mean, he just absolutely airmailed it. I don't think he had a good grip on the ball because I'm looking at the mechanics. It doesn't look like he did anything that you would consider as bad form. He just didn't have the ball. So Jazz Chisholm comes to the plate, and Wright misses inside on the first pitch. It's 1-0. So we might have ourselves a high-scoring affair, especially if they keep hitting it over towards short. The 1-0 pitch. Wright kicks and deals just below the knees, 2-0. Standing on deck is Jorge Soler. This game could get real interesting real quick. They let him come to the plate. Braves lead 7-2. 1 on, 2 out. The 2-0. Inside, ball 3 gets away from Murphy, and Birdie's going to scooch on down to second base. He's in scoring position. Marlins have a chance to just about cut this lead in half with the base hit. Chisholm 0 for 1. The first pitch on the way, right there at the knees. And it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Right there at the knees once again. 2 knuckle curves in a row. About knee high. It's 3-2. So you got a full count. The 3-2 pitch from right. Swing, and that ball's hit hard down the line, but foul. Past first base bag, it's 3-2. Braves 7, Marlins 2. The 3-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball 4. And right has worked himself into a jam. Runners on first and second, 2 away, and Jorge Soler coming to the plate. Soler struck out in the first, but we know with one swing he can change this game. First pitch. And home plate umpire Charlie Ramos is now set. The first pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's banged hard over to third. Riley's got it. He fires it across the diamond for out number 3, and we're out of it. But not before the Marlins put 2 on the board. It's 7-2. We head to the third inning.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some.
But I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's select school. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, who's 1-for-1 with the grand slam, is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Marcell. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep. Is this a replay? It's going back on the track, over the wall. 2 home runs for Marcell Ozuna. Wham, bam, that's an absolute out of the parker. And it's 8-2. Marcell Ozuna Cadillacing around the bases. He is enjoying every moment of that. That one was more of a golf shot that he got over the left field wall. Not nearly as deep as the first one. Sanchez just ran out of room there, just past the bullpen. First pitch on the way to Pilar is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Kevin. Swung on it, hammered foul down the line up against the screen. It's 1-1. Braves 8, Marlins 2. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Think that was the changeup that just got away from Garrett. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouled back. It's 2-2. Braves always looking for a trade partner for Marcell Ozuna. Maybe they can convince Miami to take him on. He's putting on a clinic right here. The 2-2 to Kevin Pillar. Waiting for the delivery from Garrett. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pitch on the outer edge. Just could not make contact. And there's one away. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris II hit his first home run of the year. His last time him up. Takes the first pitch low for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Michael. Inside. Almost got him on the hands. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider on the outer edge. Went chasing. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery on the way to Michael. Just off the plate. Fastball misses. It's 2-2. Really close pitch there. The 2-2 pitch to Michael. Swing, and that ball's hammered into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Hampson, and Michael will slam on the brakes, stay at first, and it's a 1-out single. Braves lead at 8-2. Good piece of hitting by Harris. He was hustling around the bag, but Hampson did a great job of cutting that ball off. So 1 on, 1 out. Acuna comes to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. takes the first pitch for a strike. Top corner in the zone, and it's 0-1. Acuna asks for time. Home plate umpire Charlie Ramos grants it. Back to work for Garrett. Lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Inside. It's 1-1. One count, 1 on, 1 out. Swing, and that ball's hammered over towards short. Backhanded by Birdie. And Acuna is going to be out on a double play to end the inning. So a 6-4-3 double play. We'll be back in a flash. Ozuna with another home run. It's 8-2 Atlanta.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Braves Country HD on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Braves Country HD. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Mike Schmidt batting .286, 10 homers. He's knocked in 29. He's tied for second in the league in home runs behind Eric Davis, who has 13 of them. Schmidt, Dawson, and Durham of the Cubs each have 10. 1-1 to Schmidt. Schmidt lifetime is hitting just .189 against Nolan Ryan. 7 hits and 37 at-bats. 5 of those 7 hits have been home runs. Struck him out. First strikeout for Ryan. That's 2 down here in the first.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kyle Wright misses with the first pitch. Outside for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Sinker misses wide. It's 2-0. Gurriel, righty-righty matchup. The 2-0 delivery right there for a strike. Knuckle curve on the inner part. It's 2-1. Gurriel 1-for-1 with a single in the first. The 2-1 delivery. Swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Cut off, knocked down by Pilar. Rounding first, heading into second, and in there safely. A leadoff double for Yuli Gurriel. So Kyle Wright back in trouble again. The leadoff batter on. Luis Arias coming to the plate. Arias is 0-for-1. First pitch on the way to. Arias is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Braves 8, Marlins 2. The 1-1 from Kyle. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line. It is fair. It is trouble. It is a run. Rice is going to cruise around first base into second for an RBI double. It's 8-3. Ball just fair. I mean, just fair. Hugged the line. Stayed fair by about less than a few inches. It was fading towards the line, maybe 4 inches inside the line. So a runner on second, nobody out. And here comes Sanchez. First pitch from right is outside wide. It's 1-0. Kyle Wright's been gifted 8 runs. Already given up 3 here, and we are in the bottom of the third. The 1-0 from Kyle, right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Mets have scored. It's 3-1 Detroit in the top of the fourth. Nationals and Cubs are tied at 1 in the third. The 1-1 pitch, right there for a strike. Changeup on the outer edge, knee high. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, high and outside, way outside, almost pitch out territory. 2-2. The 2-2 from Kyle Wright. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul ball down the line. Do it again at 2-2. more than a few of the Marlins hitters, left-handed hitters, have been serving his changeup on the outside. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and I believe it was a base hit. Yes, it was a base hit, but the runner stays at second. It was a one-hopper, and it was a quick one-hopper. Arias couldn't tell if the ball was going to fall or not. Acuna misplayed it just a hair, or he might have caught that. But luckily, it hopped into his glove, and he was able to relay the throw quickly into the infield. So it's a single, but the runner does not advance. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Starting pitcher Rick Kranitz is out there to talk to Kyle Wright. And he is motioning for the training staff. So I'll have to see what's going on here with Kyle Wright. They're talking to him. As they talk to him, we'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard again. It's a long conversation with Snicker, Kranitz, and the training staff. And the problem is they do have to pull him here. And they were planning on doing a bullpen game tomorrow. Do you stay with that logic, or do you make Max Fried pitch tomorrow and then figure it out on Friday? Kranitz is walking off the mound right now. We'll see what's going on here. It's 2-0 in New York. The Guardians lead the Yankees. Toronto leads Boston 1-0. Kyle Wright's going to come out of the game. So we're going to get a pitching change. We will be back in a moment, as the Braves will have plenty of time to warm up whoever they decide to bring in here. It's 8-3 Atlanta. We'll be back in a few.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pick of some kind on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Against the blitz, touchdown Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry touches it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh gets the first nod in what is now a bullpen game. Kyle Wright leaves with apparent shoulder injury. Remember, that's what kept him on the IL to start the season. First pitch on the way from McHugh is a strike right there, about belt high on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Segura 1 for 1. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the first base dugout. It's 0-2. The first base dugout. Marlins, one of those teams that they choose the third base side as their home side. It's about a 60-40 split in the major leagues. The 0-2 pitch, just off the plate wide, 1-2. So with the Braves being forced to go to a bullpen game here, as the 1-2 pitch from McHugh swung on that ball, hit hard to Riley. He's got it on a line drive, and it's going to be a bang double play. 5-4 put out. Arias dead meat, never had a chance. Good defensive play by Riley. Good heads up by Ozzie to head to second on the play. That ball was hit on a line. Riley caught it as it was sinking. He was quick to get up. Rice, really no chance there. So a quick 2 outs. Hampson will come to the plate. First pitch to Hampson swung on and hit hard into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna's got it. Sanchez will go first to third on the play. There's runners on the corners and 2 away. I'd say the most logical thing would be for Max Fried to go ahead and pitch tomorrow, because you would have bullpen, Max Fried, bullpen, then Strider. They could elect to go bullpen, or call someone up. But in a pinch like this, Fried was already set to pitch tomorrow. As the first pitch on the way to Fortes is off the plate wide, it's 1-0. Something else to keep in mind, next week is a short week for the Braves. We do not have a game on Monday or a game on Thursday. The 1-0. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. We have a 2-game set the Boston Red Sox. And then we head out on the road to Toronto starting on Friday. The 2-0 to the number 8 hitter Fortes is swung on. That ball is rifled down the right field line. Just foul. That could have been plenty of problems. Good catch by a fan out there. But he will get ridiculed because he's an adult that brought a glove to the game. So you know how that is. The 2-1 pitch from McHugh on the way. Swung on, and that ball will get down. Base hit, same area. This time the ball stayed fair. Runners on first and second. 2 away. And the lead is now cut in half. It's 8-4. Another cutter that was high in the zone, and Hampson just shot it the other way. So John Birdie will come to the plate in this high-scoring affair. Here in the bottom of the third, already 12 runs have crossed the plate. The first pitch to Birdie is curve down below the knees. For a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 from Colin. Kicks and deals, curveball swung on and grounded over towards short. Grissom has it, fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Marlins get back in this game. Heart of the Atlanta order. We're going to need some runs tonight, boys. Grab the sticks. Let's go.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Braves Country HD is AFC South Country all season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Time starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown.
Slant caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braxton Garrett will go back out there on the mound. The first pitch from Garrett is a high and inside ball to Olsen, 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. Swing, and that ball's popped up over towards the third base side. Easily playable by Segura, and it's a quick out to start the fourth. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley takes a hack at the first pitch and misses. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley down below the knees. It's 1-1. Detroit Tigers have knocked out Max Scherzer. They lead at 5-1 in the bottom of the fourth. The 0-1 pitch, or 1-1 pitch, excuse me. High and outside, 2-1. Two 2-1 to Riley. Off the plate wide, ball 3-1. Braves 8, Marlins 4. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep, but not deep enough. It'll get caught on the track near the wall for out number 2. Riley is definitely scuffling. He stared at that like a long-lost friend. Think he thought he'd gotten it. That's out number 2. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is in the dirt. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees for a ball, 2-0. Yeah, underwater. I see the comment about Scherzer. I've been saying that about Scherzer for about a year and a half now. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and bangs it off the plate. It's 2-1. One of the things that the Mets fans tend to forget is that, so not only did Scherzer fade down the stretch last year against the Braves and against the Padres, as the 2-1 pitch to Murphy is swung on and miss over the top strike, it's 2-2. But if you remember in 2021, when the Braves played the Dodgers at the end of the season, he had dead arm issues. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered down the line, plenty foul, a lot of distance. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing, and that ball is hit up the middle, and it's going to find its way through. A seeing eye single hopped over the glove of the second baseman who's trying to backhand it. And it's a 2-out single for your Atlanta Braves. Hit the top of the mound and then picked up some spin when it hopped in between second and short. Second baseman on the play, Arias tried to backhand it. It hopped over his glove. First pitch on the way from Ozzie to Ozzie, swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line. Murphy's going to try to make it. He's safe. He is safe. He goes first to third. That was a close play. Honest Engine would have been a dumb play to be the last out there, but the hustle paid off, and he's standing on third. I think he needs an oxygen mask, too. He is bent over and sucking BBs. Take a look at the replay. Murphy definitely beat it by a few eyelashes. So that'll bring Grissom to the plate. Runners on second and third, 2 away. And the first pitch is high, strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Grissom 1 for 2 with a single in the second inning, scored a run. We could use a single here, give us a little more breathing room. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's grounded over to third. That's going to be an easy 5-3 put out to end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth, leading by 4.
Sit sharp.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh is back out on the mound for a second inning of work. First pitch on the way from McHugh is a neat little curveball right there at the knees. 0-1. Nice little movement on that curveball. Just kind of dipped in and grabbed the zone. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. Fastball tailing away. It's 1-1. Jazz Chisholm leads off. Righty-lefty matchup. McHugh looks in and deals. Flips it towards home. Swing, and that ball's hit hard over towards first. It's going to hop over the glove of Matt Olson, who laid out for the play. And it's a leadoff single to start the fourth. It was an absolute rocket. So runner on first, nobody out. Jorge Soler comes to the plate. First pitch to Soler's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Soler 0 for 2. One for 18 versus the Braves this season. McHugh flips it over to first to keep Chisholm close by. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from McHugh. Ball's on the way. Runner's going and rifled down to second. Jazz Chisholm is out, baby. Hose that arm off. That was on fire. My word, what a throw. Those are the throws we all heard about when he got traded over to Atlanta. Not an easy throw either, because it was a ball that was dipping below the knees. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and fouled off of the leg of Murphy. It's 2-1. Chisholm's got some speed, and Murphy absolutely unloaded that pitch. Home plate umpire Charlie Ramos is dusting off home plate to give Murphy some time to get over that foul pitch into his leg. The 2-1 pitch just misses inside. 3-1. Looked like it may have clipped the zone, but no such luck. The 3-1 swung on, and that ball is hammered high, deep, going back over the wall, just foul down the left field line. Soler pounded that ball, but thankfully, what little breeze coming from the air conditioning ducts here at Lone Depot Park pushed it foul. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 3-2 once again. Braves lead at 8-4. Bottom of the fourth. If you're just joining us, Kyle Wright left the game with an injury. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And they're still away. So the Braves are being pushed into a bullpen game. Prior to that, the news had broke that the Braves were going to push Max Fried to Friday and most likely do a bullpen game tomorrow. But now it looks like that could be up in the air. Yuli Gurriel comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch for a strike just under the letters, and it's 0-1. Cubs and Nats are tied at 1, bottom of the 4th. Tigers 6-1 over New York. The 0-1 swing and a miss, it's 0-2. That game is in the 5th inning in Detroit. Tigers have already knocked out Scherzer. The 0-2 pitch, sweeper misses wide of the zone into the left-handed batter's box. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery off the plate wide. Tried to get him to chase that sweeper. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Colin. Swing and fouled straight back. Fastball. Outer edge. Do it again at 2-2. Braves 8, Marlins 4. Braves have scored 8 runs. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled off. It's 2-2 once again. 2 home runs and 5 RBI by Marcell Ozuna. That is not a misprint. Marcell Ozuna, 2 home runs and 5 RBI. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into left field, going back on the track. Making the catch is Pilar, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 5th, and that man's coming to the plate again. Marcell Ozuna. Braves lead it 8-4.
Yellow. What delay industries?
No! They're delayed! Say they're delayed!
Now you're way off.
They're delayed! Say
No problem. How did you know who they won?
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. We'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. And nobody. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, and great public fools in baseball, and great public heroes, and self-serving people, and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is rifled into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. And Ozuna has 2 home runs and a single, 3 for 3 on the night. Little surprised Garrett's back out there to throw this inning, but he is. And Ozuna will take it. So that'll bring Kevin Pilar to the plate. Garrett is now up to, this will be his 80th pitch of the evening. First pitch on the way to Pilar's bang foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Marlins bullpen coach Stottlemyer's down there talking to the bullpen now on the phone. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's hit hard off the third baseman. Segura's glove bounces over him, trickles towards left field. Birdie stops it from going into the outfield, but Ozuna's safe at second. Pilar's safe at first. Should be an infield single. It is. There's nobody out. So runners on first and second, nobody out. Michael Harris to the plate. And Garrett fires the ball over to second, trying to catch Ozuna napping. Ozuna well under the tag. We'll get back to it. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Lefty-lefty matchup. Garrett flips in the first pitch, and it's a swing and a miss strike. Slider down below the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Garrett, right there at the knees, taken for a strike, a low strike, but a strike nonetheless as Harris showed bunt but pulled back. It's 0-2. Michael Harris is 2 for 2 with a single, a 2-run home run, his first home run of the season, raising his average to 250. The 0-2 to Michael on the way, swing, and that ball is golfed into left field. Not deep enough for any of the runners to move, so they'll retreat back to their bags. There's one away. Runners on first and second, one out. And Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. He's 0 for 2. Walk in the second and scored a run. The first pitch on the way to Acuna swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back. Hold everything. That's a whopper, baby. Over the wall. It's a 3-run shot for your Atlanta Braves. 461 happy feet. His 6th of the year, 114 miles an hour off the bat. The Braves lead it 11-4. He absolutely tattooed that ball. I don't know what the Marlins were thinking, letting Garrett face him. He's had a couple of balls that he's gotten good swings on. Their bullpen just must be absolutely cashed. So the Braves lead at 11-4. And yet the way this game has started out, it still doesn't feel like enough. Marlins are going to make a pitching change. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Braves are still at the bat. Olsen and Riley headed to the plate.
You dumped a porn star? Friendship over!
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
1786. A fine day. Play ball in the campus, but am beaten, for I miss catching and striking the ball. Princeton College. Children have hit balls with bats as long as there have been children. But baseball's most direct ancestors were two British games. Rounders, a children's sport brought to New England by the earliest colonists, and cricket, a stately pastime divided into innings and supervised by umpires. By the time of the American Revolution, there were many variations. Boys played one version or another in schoolyards and village greens and on college campuses.
You're listening to Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Olsen is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Devin Smeltzer comes into the game. Smeltzer, 6.75 ERA, the left-hander. The 0-1 pitch, top of the zone, outer edge for a strike. It's 0-2. Smeltzer came in against the Braves on the 25th and the 27th. As the 0-2 pitch to Olsen is swung on. That ball is roasted into center field, down for a base hit. And the hit parade continues. 1 on, 1 out with Austin Riley coming to the plate. Those two appearances against Atlanta on the 25th and 27th. He pitched a total of 3 innings, no earned runs. The first pitch on the way to Riley's down below the knees, and it's 1-0. He walked 2, struck out 2, and hit a batter. Allowed 2 hits in those appearances to Atlanta. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep. Going back. Holy Toledo. He might be off the schneid. Austin Riley, a 2-run shot, his 6th of the year, 407 happy feet over the left field wall. It's 13-4, your Atlanta Braves. Riley's got a smile on his face from ear to ear, rightfully so. Remember the last time he came up, he felt like he got a hold of one, and the ball just died. That time, right over the bullpen area on top of the Hair Club sign. And that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Murphy takes a hack at the first pitch, swing and a miss, curveball. It's 0-1. Braves lead at 13-4. Meanwhile, the Tigers, as the 0-1 pitch catches the top of the zone, 0-2. Tigers lead the Mets 6-1. They're heading to the 7th. If these leads hold as the 0-2 pitch outside wide, 1-2. Braves will wake up tomorrow with a 5-game lead in the National League East over both the Marlins and the Mets. And a 6.5 game lead over Philly. The 1-2 pitch inside gets Murphy on the shoulder. So a hit by pitch. And there's 1 on and 1 away. Hit him kind of close to where Acuna got hit, but it got him square in the back, not up there in the shoulder area. So that brings Ozzie Albies to the plate from the right side. Ozzie sits back, and first pitch is a curveball, high and wide curveball. Ozzie doesn't like, you can't blame him, but that's a 13-4 curveball. It's 0-1. Ozzie is 3 for 3 with 2 doubles, a single, a run, an RBI. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit high and deep, but it's going to die into center fielder's glove, Jazz Chisholm, for out number 2. So 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Braves all over the Marlins, 13-4. Tampa Bay leads Pittsburgh 6-1. The first pitch on the way to Vaughn Grissom is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Fifth inning, so it's about that time to turn back time. Try to squeeze it in here as we go along. Your turn back time for May 3rd. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards third base. It's 0-2. On this date, 1936, after being sidelined at the start of the season because of a foot injury, young Joe DiMaggio makes his much anticipated Major League debut. The 21-year-old outfielder lives up to the hype as the 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into center field. On the track, making the running catch is Jazz Chisholm. Nice defensive play to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves have extended this lead. It is 13-4 going to the bottom of the fifth.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha!
Red Polly, Red Polly, Blue Poncho, Blue Poncho. Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here. Richmond, New York. Richmond, Florida. Sally, Buffalo. Check. Hey, Short Ox. Luda Raiders.
Red Lion! Omaha!
Time out.
Armchair. I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
Of all baseball's ancestors, town ball was by far the most popular. Under its rules, the infield was square. 8 to 15 men played on a side. Sometimes as many as 50. The pitcher or feeder was the least important player. It was his job to lob the ball to the striker, who could wait and wait for the pitch he wanted. The runner was out if the ball was caught on the fly, or if he was soaked, hit with the ball while running between bases.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Colin McHugh is taken for a strike high in the zone. It's 0-1. McHugh back out there for what's essentially a third inning of work. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged towards the third base side. Foul, just foul. It's 0-2. So McHugh asked to do yeoman's work out of the bullpen. If you're just joining us, along with all the offense, Kyle Wright left the game because of an injury. The 0-2 pitch misses outside to Arias. It's 1-2. As we try to piece together how the Braves will get through this, the 1-2 pitch swung on, hit on the ground to Ozzie. Ozzie has it, flips it over to first. And there's one away. Be interesting to see how long they would go with McHugh. If he had a fairly quick and clean inning, in theory, you could see him coming back out for one more inning. I can't imagine he could go much farther than that. First pitch on the way to Sanchez is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. They would probably pull him after this inning, but he could go another one. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. One from Colin. Down below the knees. Sweeper misses. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from McHugh. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Top of the zone cutter. Blew it right by him. So if you're just joining us, this is how we got here to the 13-4 as the 2-2 pitch from McHugh comes on. It swung on. That ball's hit hard over to Olsen. He's got it, flips it to McHugh covering first base, and there's 2 away. We've had home runs from Ozuna, who has hit 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Michael Harris hit a 2-run shot. Acuna hit a home run. Riley hit a home run. Jean Segura comes to the plate. Acuna is 1 for 3 with 3 RBI. Riley 1 for 4 with 2 RBI. Albies 3 for 4 with an RBI. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and ball's fouled down the line. It's 0-2. Grissom 1 for 4. Olsen 1 for 4. The 0-2 pitch swung on and popped foul out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Ozuna with those 2 home runs is 3 for 3. 5 RBI, 2 home runs. Pilar 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. And Harris 2 for 3 with 2 RBI. The 0-2 pitch on the way from McHugh. Swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Underneath, it'll be Harris in shallow center field. He'll make the catch, flip the ball behind his back to Ozzie, and that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3, just what the doctor ordered. We'll head to the 6th. Ozuna coming to the plate.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time, or skippity-doo.
What do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but
Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Treson comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna digs in and Smeltzer flips a curveball in there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Back to turn back time on this date, 1936, after being sidelined, as the 0-1 is right there for a strike upper edge, 0-2. Because of the foot injury, Joe DiMaggio makes his debut. The 21-year-old outfielder lives up to the hype, getting 3 hits, including a triple and scoring 3 runs, as the 0-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Yankees beat the St. Louis Browns 14-5 in New York. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-2. On May 3rd, 1979, in a 6-1 defeat to the Brewers, Cleveland Indian outfielder Bobby Bonds hits his 300th home run off Moose Haas to become only the second player in Major League history as the 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards short. Birdie's got it. He fires it over to first, gets Ozuna by about a step, and there's one away. Bobby Bonds hits his 300th home run against Moose Haas, become only the second player in Major League history to steal at least 300 bases and hit 300 home runs. Willie Mays being the first to accomplish that back in 1961. First pitch is inside, high for a ball to Pilar. It's 1-0. On May 3rd, 1980, as the 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul past third base, it's 1-1. Well, May 3rd, 1980, Fergie Jenkins becomes only the fifth Major League hurler to win 100 games in each league when he defeats the Orioles 3-2. The Ranger right-hander, as the 1-1 pitch misses inside, 2-1. Fergie joins Al Orth, Cy Young, Jim Bunning, and Gaylord Perry as the only ones to ever do that, and that was in 1980 on May 3rd. And the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Four-seam fastball on the outer edge, it's 2-2. And on this date in 2015, the Nationals blinked the Mets 1-0 on consecutive days, marking the first time as the 2-2 pitch is swung on. That ball's lifted to center field. On the run making the catch is Jazz Chisholm, and there's two away. On this date in 2015, the Nationals blinked the Mets at Citi Field 1-0 on consecutive days, making it the first time in 19 years that a road opponent had recorded consecutive 1-0 victories against the same team on back-to-back days. The Cardinals last accomplished that is first pitch to Michael Harris, who's 2 for 3, is a strike at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Cardinals did it on back-to-back days in 1996 when they shut out the Phillies in back-to-back days. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards the pitcher, who has to leap, make the catch, and throw it over to first. Michael Harris went down as he crossed first base, and let's hope that everything's okay. He does not look okay. Looking at the replay here, he tripped. Oh, and then hyperextended his knee. We'll be back in a flash to find out what happened there. You're listening to Braves Country.
Yeah.
Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the front of the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. There's a lot of concern here. They helped Harris get up off the turf, gingerly walking back. He walked back under his own power. That's the good news. He did come out of the game. They were going to do that no matter what in a 13-4 lead. Hopefully it's nothing serious. He was running to beat out the throw at first as the first pitch in there for a strike from Chavez, 0-1. Chavez comes in from McHugh. The 0-1 outside, it's 1-1. 1-1 delivery off the plate wide, 2-1. At first glance, what it looks like if it is anything of seriousness, it would be a hyperextension of the knee. The 2-1 pitch, right there at the knees, cutter for a strike, it's 2-2. He ran through the bag and then tripped, and as he tripped over his own feet, he was trying to regain his balance, and his right leg went out way out in front of him as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into right field, caught by Acuna at the track, and there's one away. When that happened, his right leg was way out in front and kind of hyperextended and kind of jelly-legged him forward. First pitch on the way to Fortes is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. So hopefully nothing too serious. The 0-1 pitch. It's 1-1. 1-1 from Chavez off the plate wide, 2-1. Bottom of the sixth, Braves lead at 13-4. The 2-1 pitch misses wide and outside curveball, 3-1. 13 runs off of 16 hits. One error by Atlanta. The 3-1 swing, and that ball's fouled back. It's 3-2. The one error from Vaughn Grissom where he sailed a throw into the dugout. Marlins 4 runs off 9 hits. The 3-2 swing, and that ball's going to get dumped into right field for a 1-out single. So 1 on, 1 out for the Marlins. The number 9 hitter, John Birdie, coming to the plate. Kyle Wright, 3 earned runs in 2 innings pitched. And Colin McHugh came in, did a wonderful job. 3 innings pitched, no runs, did allow 3 hits. First pitch to Birdie is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and missed. Cutter top of the zone on the outer edge. 1-1. Braxton Garrett, when we talked about them leaving him in there, you talk about doing damage to your ERA. As the 1-1's on the way, off the plate wide, 2-1. Garrett came into the game with a sub-3 ERA. He pitched 4 1/3 innings, gave up 11 earned runs. His ERA is now 5.81. 2-1. Off the plate wide, it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4. There's runners on first and second, 1 away. Tigers lead the Mets 6-1. That game is in the top of the 8th inning. Angels lead Cardinals 3-1. Top of 3. First pitch on the way to Jazz Chisholm is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Runners on first and second, one away. The 1-0, inside ball 2-0. Top of the lineup for the Miami Marlins. Celtics lead the Sixers by 6. That game is in the second quarter. The 2-0, right there at the knees for a strike, 2-1. Chisholm wants to argue it, but I'm sure home plate umpire Charlie Ramos has got to be rolling his eyes. 13-4, buddy. If you want to get on base, you better swing. The 2-1 pitch, just off the plate, 3-1. Jorge Soler does stand on deck. Got a healthy lead, but the last thing you want is start giving up free passes. This one swing of the bat could change the fortunes. The 3-1 swing and fouls it down the line. It's 3-2. Runners on first and second, one away. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. Cutter about let her high. We'll do it again at 3-2. Jesse looks in, flips and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty curveball down below the knees. Just dove off the side. And there's 2 away. So a big strikeout there brings Jorge Soler to the plate. Soler 0 for 3. The first pitch right there, belt high for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Soler 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a ground out. The 0-1 pitch swing, and that ball's hammered down the line, but foul off the home plate. It's 0-2. Braves lead at 13-4, but it's come at a price. We lost as the 0-2 pitch swung on and hit hard over to Riley. Riley's got it, fires it over to Olsen. That'll end the inning. So Marlins threatened but failed to score. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Braves lead at 13-4.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 13-4. Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Smeltzer back out there for yet another inning of work. Smeltzer's already put in 1 2/3 innings in so far. He's at 26 pitches. Lefty-righty matchup. The last one of those, Ronald took yard. First pitch on the way is a curve. Looked like it would have caught the zone, but they're going to call that inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ronnie. He digs in and high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Keeping an eye on that out-of-town scoreboard, the Mets trail 6-1 in the bottom of the 8th in Detroit, in danger of getting swept in a doubleheader by the Tigers. The 2-0 pitch called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep. Will it get out? It will. Just get caught on the warning track just before the left field wall just died out there. And there's one away. It had plenty of height. Looked like he might have gotten it, but didn't have quite enough oomph. And there's one away. Smeltzer will now face Olsen. The first pitch is a strike about letter high over the plate for 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and fouls down the line. Plenty foul down first base line. It's 0-2. Rays lead the Pirates 7-1. Nats and Cubs are tied at 1 in the 6th. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Olsen down on strikes. And 2 away. Austin Riley. Home run his last time up. He'll dig in. Guardians and Yankees are tied at 2 in the 7th. Twins, White Sox, they're tied at 4 in the 5th. Bluejays lead the Red Sox 3-2 in the 5th. First pitch on the way to Riley is just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Royals 1-0 over the Orioles. That game is in the 6th. The 1-0. Swung on and missed at the curveball. It's 1-1. Angels 3-1 over the Cardinals in the bottom of 3. Rockies and Brewers just got going in the first. 0-0. The 1-1. High and off the plate, it's 2-1. Earlier today, in case you missed it, Padres beat the Reds. Giants over the Astros 4-2. The Diamondbacks 12-7 over the Rangers, while the 2-1 pitch is swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field, making the catch. And that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3 for Atlanta. Get up and stretch, y'all. It's the 7th inning in Miami.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and the whole ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, to do. Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the ground. I don't care if I never get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 13-4. Dylan Lee's going to come on. Left-hander. To face Yuli Gurriel to lead it off. Gurriel is 2 for 3 on the night, lefty-righty matchup. Lee looks in, and the first pitch is on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Lee, right there at the knees, 0-2. Braves lead at 13-4. That's the good news. The bad news is both Kyle Wright and Michael Harris have left the game via injury. The 0-2 pitch, swing and foul back out of play. It's 1-2. Harris hurt his right leg as he was running through the first base bag, kind of tripped over, and as he was trying to catch his balance, kind of hyperextended, walked off on his own power, so hopefully he's okay. The 0-2 pitch, grounded foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Wright, it appears to be some kind of an arm or shoulder injury. Kranitz was noticing something from the dugout and pulled him. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Sam Hilliard, in for Harris, and there's one away. Seventh inning, so birthday time here in Braves country. No Braves birthdays to report, but happy 78th birthday to Davey Lopes, who played for the Dodgers from 72 and 83 and the Astros for the mid-80s. First pitch on the way to Xavier Edwards, who's in the game now, and he'll rifle it into center field for a one-out single. Edwards in for Arias. Lefty-lefty matchup now. Jesus Sanchez swings at the first pitch on the outer edge and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Happy 46th birthday to Ryan Dempster. 132 major league wins with Boston, Chicago. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hammered high and deep into center field. That ball is gone. A 2-run home run. It's now 13-6. Not quite over. The Braves lead by 7, but there's still 3 innings left. Happy 29th birthday to Austin Meadows. 70 home runs in his career with Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Tampa Bay. The first pitch on the way to Segura is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. 37th birthday to Homer Bailey. 81 wins, pitched for the A's and the Cincinnati Reds. The 1-0 swung on and grounded foul. It's 1-1. Red Ruffing, who was born on this date in 1905, highest WAR of anyone born on this date, is the 1-1 swung on and foul tipped into the glove. It's 1-2. He finished with 273 wins, played for both the Yankees and the Red Sox in the 20s and 30s. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's 2 away. Brooks Koepka, he turns 33 years old today. Winner of 4 major championships in the PGA Tour. And Greg Gumbel, CBS NFL morning fame, he turns 77. Pitch on the way to Dylan Lee is a strike on the outer edge right there at the knees to Hampson. It's 0-1. And that's your birthdays. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Braves hoping to hold on to this lead and win the series as the 0-2 pitch right there at the knees. I'm surprised with a 13-6 lead and a 1-2 count or 0-2 count. That wasn't called for a strike. It was right there at the knees. 1-2. The 1-2 deal. Swing and a miss. Went fishing for the changeup. And that's the strikeout. It'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Murphy, Albies, and Grissom coming to the plate.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Smeltzer is back out there again. Face Murphy is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way, swung on and hit high, deep into center field, making a heck of a catch. Is Burdick, the center fielder, slams into the wall. I think he's okay. My word, what a catch. That was on the you talking about snow coning backhanded running to the wall. Just about laid out and then slams into center field wall. Impressive play by Burdick. I mean, if that ball is just a few inches further away, it's down and it's extra bases. That'll bring Ozzie to the plate. He's 3 for 4. First pitch busts him inside off the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. High and inside, 2-0. The 2-0 delivery. Swing, and that ball is hammered high and deep, going back. Back on the track. Over the wall. And that baby is gone. A solo shot by Ozzie Albies. His 9th home run of the season. 401 happy feet. The Atlanta Braves lead at 14-6. Meanwhile, in Detroit, the Tigers lead 8-1, and the Mets are down to their last out. So 14-6 your score. Vaughn Grissom comes to the plate, and the first pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Grissom. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. It's a final in Detroit. The Tigers have swept the Mets in a doubleheader in which Max Scherzer was pitching. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and bang foul off the plate. It's 1-2. Vaughn Grissom 1 for 4 on the night. The 1-2 to Vaughn. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pitch on the outer edge and blew it right by him. There's 2 away. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna has had himself a night. Marcell 3 for 4 with 2 home runs. First pitch on the way to Ozuna, swung on and grounded over to short, and that's going to be an easy 6-3 putout to end the inning. So the Braves add 1. It's 14-6. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
I wanted to see where that was going. The steroids, if we would have just would have left it alone, dude, we would have had guys the size of McGuire playing second base by now. You know, it would have been awesome. And because they were so roided up, there would have been no defense anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about these shifts. You know, they'd barely be able to move. It would have been awesome. They should have just left the game alone. But no, we got to worry about everybody's kidney failure and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's none of my business.
Armchair.
But I told Pete, like, hey, we'll get you 3 at-bats. He goes, no, I want them all. I'm like, okay, I'll get you all the at-bats, but I'm going to pick you up for defense in the 9th. He goes, no. And he was telling me a story about how he didn't make the U.S. team as a 17-year-old, and it bothered him. And he's never forgotten it. So he's like, if I ever get a chance to put this back on, you're going to have to rip me off the field. And I'm like, Pete, it's an exhibition game. The Joyce kid from the Angels is throwing a $103. The last thing I need is you getting one in the ribs right here before we go get after this thing. He's like, I got it.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves 14-6 over the Miami Marlins. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Kirby Yates coming out to pitch for the Braves. He'll face Nick Fortes to start the inning off. Due up in this inning, Fortes, Birdie, and Burdick, who is in for Jazz Chisholm. Righty-righty matchup. Kirby fires it in there, and it's a fastball outside, 93 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees on the outer edge, 92. Dotting the edge of the plate, it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Kirby. Zings it in there for a strike, outer edge, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Hack check swing foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves have 6 home runs tonight. The 1-2 pitch. Got him. Strike 3. Caught looking. Outer edge. Fortes doesn't like it. There's one away. There is an update on Kyle Wright as the first pitch on the way from Birdie is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Atlanta Braves are calling it right shoulder soreness. It's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Typically, that sends you to the IL for at least a 10-dayer. Could be longer. You got to figure that's coming. The 0-2 pitch. Inside. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 93 just misses. It's even at the count at 2-2. Trying to see if there's any kind of update on Michael Harris. Doesn't appear to be. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's a hyperextension and he may or may not hit the IL. The 2-2 swung on and fouled out of play. They'll probably wait to get back to Atlanta before they make a decision. Celtics lead the 76ers by 8 going to the half. Nationals 2-1 over the Cubs. And the Cubs are having a pretty good year. They are getting just owned by Washington. The 2-2 pitch right there. Intercut, caught looking. And Yates has struck out the first 2 he's faced to start the 8th. So that'll bring center fielder Burdick to the plate. Burdick was the one that made the great play at the wall in the last inning. I think I failed to mention it too. The Miami Marlins put Garrett Cooper on the IL today. The 1-0 pitch swung on a sliced foul towards the first base dugout. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Down below the knees, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. It's 2-2. If you're just joining us, Braves lead 14-6 off of 6 home runs, and while that's been going on, is the 2-2 pitch missed off the plate wide 3-2. The Phillies blew a 5-0 lead today against the Dodgers. They lost 10-6, and the Mets got swept by the Tigers with Scherzer on the mound in game 2. The 3-2. Caught looking. Kirby Yates strikes out the side. Who saw that coming? All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the 9th inning on your way, and hopefully a W.
Well, yeah. Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
NBA tradition says rookies must carry all veterans' bags on road trips. But a rookie Larry Bird, on his very first road trip with the Boston Celtics, stood up in front of every veteran on the bus and said, "I want you guys to know, I'm never going to get you any water, and I'm never going to carry one bag, ever." And he never did.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves come in, and Stallings, the catcher, is coming in to pitch. Throws the first pitch in there to Pilar for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Stallings. Flips an Ephus pitch over there. Swung on. That ball's grounded over towards third. And hustling through the run, through the play is Pilar. It's an infield single. Lead off here in the 9th. Stallings laughing about it as the ball was well out of the zone. Pilar just went out there and poked at it and ran through it. That'll bring Sam Hilliard to the plate. Hilliard take a hack at the first pitch, and it's going to be a 5-4-3 double play. Not sure if it was a double play. Hilliard looked like he might have beat that out. That's definitely a 14-6. You got a position player on the mound throwing double play. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna, home run earlier tonight. 3 RBIs. The first pitch to Acuna. Ephus pitch there about belt high. It's 0-1. Stallings looks in. Flips a Ephus pitch in there. 1-1. About 45 miles an hour is what that pitch is coming in at. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. It's 1-2. Well deep into the crowd near the second deck. So a 1-2 pitch. Stallings trying to get himself a strikeout. Here's the pitch right there at the knees. Caught looking. 85 miles an hour. Froze Acuna. The entire, not only are the Marlins laughing in the dugout, Acuna can't believe it. He's got a big smile. Can you believe that? He's never going to hear the end of that from the Kangaroo Court. We'll take a break. Braves lead at 14-6.
I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. That's the way I remember it. The whole stand's full of people all roaring. And I guess it's true of any sport, but in baseball, never known elsewhere so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball. It's a great sport that way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. This can't be a good sign if you're AJ Minter. He's being asked to come in to close out a 14-6 ball game as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Minter will face Jorge Soler to start the inning off. Due up for the Marlins, Soler, Gurriel, and Edwards. First pitch on the way to Soler is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Cutter down below the knees. It's 0-2. Braves 14, Marlins 6. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around? They're going to say he didn't. It's 1-2. AJ Minter. The 1-2 pitch swing and fouls it out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Minter pitched on Monday against the Mets. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. Do it again at 1-2. Pitched one inning, gave up a run. Braves won that game. And he did get the save, but he did give up a home run. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And there's one away. You do wonder with them using Minter with a possible bullpen game on the horizon, either tomorrow or Friday, depending on how they decide to manage this injury with Kyle Wright. If we may see Iglesias sooner than later. First pitch on the way to Gurriel is a top shelf. They're going to call that a ball. Looked like it clipped the top of the zone, but it's 1-0. 96 miles an hour on the outer edge. The 1-0 right there for a strike on the outer edge. May not have been, but that's definitely a 14-6, 1 out in the 9th strike. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, the man of the hour tonight, Marcell Ozuna, 2 home runs, 5 RBI. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Wind up to delivery, swing and fouls it back. It's 1-2. Mets got swept by the Detroit Tigers today with Max Scherzer on the hill. The Braves win tonight, hold on to this 14-6 lead. They'll have a 5-game lead over the Marlins and Mets. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is line drive, but right at Grissom. L6 if you're scoring at home. There's 2 away. Philly lost as well, so they'll be 6 out, or 6.5 out, excuse me. And Washington is leading the Cubs. They're leading the Cubs 2-1 in the top of the 8th. First pitch on the way to Edwards, he's 1 for 1 on the night, is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. Braves versus Marlins, going for the series sweep, hopefully. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and popped up. And that's a can of corn to Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field, and we will be going for the sweep. The Braves win 14-6. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Marcell Ozuna, the man of the hour tonight. Marcell Ozuna, 5 RBIs, 2 home runs, a 3-for-5 night. The Atlanta Braves, with a 5-game lead in the National League East. We did lose Kyle Wright to injury. We lost Michael Harris to injury. Hopefully they will be okay. We'll have to find out and probably won't get a real update until sometime tomorrow. We'll be back on the air tomorrow, 3 o'clock for the pregame show, 4:10 first pitch. Originally supposed to be Max Fried, but he was pushed back to Friday. That could change. They may decide to go ahead and start him tomorrow with the injury to Wright that turned this into a bullpen game. Either way, we'll be back at it, 4:10. Your Atlanta Braves win. Going for the sweep tomorrow. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Go celebrate.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Ha, ha!
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt, 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.